God damn. Shout out to the HasanAbi head who gave me this ring. You can't really see it, but we're back at the heartland of woke Sharia, only miles away. Close in proximity to the heartland of Mamdanistan. Unbutton another one. Here you go. Tits out for Mamdani. Dude, you should seriously hire a stylist. Damn, bro, I'm over here feeling myself. I'm over here feeling my fist. And you're over here being like, nah, dude, your shit sucks. I'm over here being like, nah, we got a good fit going. And you're like, nope, it actually is ass. You need a stylist ASAP. You need a stylist pronto. In any case, yeah, we got producer appreciation. Shout out to March. This is real. Like this, I don't know how, but the visuals always look so incredible. Don't listen to them. Okay, I won't. Speaking of Zoran, look at the comments on Dem TikTok. 411,000 likes. Where was the support before he won? You guys didn't endorse him when he was running. Funny mainstream Democrats didn't support Mamdani before, but now that he won, they can't stop posting him. Yeah, but yeah, give credit to the cam op, give credit to the producer. Marchie Poo always gets the angle. Isn't DC so nice compared to LA weather? You can finally wear sweaters and layers here for real. True. True. Yes, we will be watching Eric Adams get dunked on. Don't be crazy. Obviously. Shouts out to my girl Z-Way. She did the damn thing. But not gonna lie, you were cooking here. Just don't read the replies. Oh no, I know. Woof. God damn, what a time to be alive. What a time to be alive. What a time to be alive. Wait, what? Schumer's on the floor now making this offer to end the shutdown. Clean CR. Bipartisan minibus of appropriation bills. 1 year ACA funding extension. Bipartisan committee to negotiate on healthcare. There's a reasonable offer that reopens the government, deals with healthcare affordability. I didn't want to say I told you, but it's coming. But I mean, if they do concede on this, if the Republicans at least concede on this stuff, it's like fair. No. It's I mean, I'll look through the details of this, but it's not, this is better than what I suspected would happen. So we shall see. If Schumer was negotiating on a hostage deal, he would give the kidnapper a gun. He would negotiate it. a kidnapper to get a gun. Austin said you won't see this. I probably will see it, as always. They put you on TMZ too. They did. Crooked Con is the Pod Save America, Pod Johns' convention that they put together. That's what it is. Why are fear and clips popping off? For a reason. But yeah. But in any case, Z-Way interviewing Eric Adams is on the docket. Fear not, that's gonna happen. I saw my girl Lena Khan again at the Crooked Con, where we hugged it out, and I said you lied to me. You lied to my face. It was a funny moment. God, I love Lena Khan so much. She's so incredible. In any case, we got a lot on the docket. You already know what it is. A lot happening in the world, and we're going to get right into it. Obviously, it's DC Day 2, baby. You already know what's up. And, is woke Sharia town. Personal news-wise, I ended the broadcast. I passed out. I literally fell asleep. Like, for the first time ever, I fell asleep in a relatively reasonable hour. Because normally my time zone difference... My time zone difference actually has been cooking me a little bit. I've been waking up. I've been going to sleep at like literally 2. But last night I just passed out. Phone in hand, everything. At I think like 10 p.m. or 11 p.m. basically. Did you check out the new White House ballroom? They are not inviting my ass to the White House. Okay, calm down. But I passed the freak out. Woke up early. Did Crooked Con. I'm going to be talking about it quite a bit. Jesse Waters going to lose his fucking mind. Oh, yeah. Would you go if they did to the White House? Yes, I would go to the White House. But yeah, I've been wearing myself out. I've been wearing myself thin. Well, not really. I've been not eating well. I've been getting fat, but woke Sharia is here. You already know, baby. We got government shutdown battles. Mamdani monitor. Trump shutdown battle continued. Eric Adams on Z-Way. And more. Get in now. Do we have a blast off meme chat? Twitch.tv/HasanAbi. Blast off meme? I can't download that Reddit link. I saw your panel. Great job. Oh, yeah. Our panel got the most heated, apparently. Apparently, our panel, which was me, Simone Sanders, former Bernie comms person, Simone Sanders, Jessica Tarkov, our queen, and Jessica Tarkov, our queen. What is this? This is how you do it? Okay. Commie poster blast off meme. Oh, yeah, I love this one. I love that. That image is going to get a lot of work here. I'm going to be using that a lot. How can people see? They're going to post it. They're going to post the panel. Oh, and Tim Miller. Tim Miller as well. And it was heated because you know me. I can't keep my fucking mouth shut. There's some clips, but I don't know if they have. I don't know if they actually get, if they actually capture how much heat there was. But here it is. Here's the blast off meme / The panel will probably be up. I'm going to post a vlog of my experience on the background as well. But yeah, I have all the clips from Crooked Con. Don't worry. Here we go. We're blasting off. NDC, Crooked Con complete. Mamdani monitor. Trump shutdown battle continue. Woke Sharia is here. Eric Adams on Z-Way and more. Get in now. Yeah, that photo is from this fantastic French Maoist content creator.
Les USA sont rouges, le soleil se lève. New York a vu naître Zoran Zedong. Il œuvre pour le bonheur du peuple. Il est la grande étoile sauvant le peuple. Le président Zoran aime le peuple. Il est notre guide pour créer une Amérique nouvelle. Il nous montre la voie de l'avenir. Zoran Zedong est comme le soleil. Son éclat apporte partout la lumière.
Yeah, Manti said 2 of my faves. Fox will explode. I hope so. But yeah, we got Shakira Law is imminent, okay? Is incoming. You already know. We got Shakira Law all up and down this bitch. Jessica is tall as fuck. Yeah, she really is. Here's some clips that came out where I said Greg Buttfelt. I could have stopped myself.
Election results, and Fox captures that there are people who have kind of like a shared core set of values maybe, but they're not taking themselves that seriously. They're not like scolding each other. Like, it also matters in the quality of the programming. It looks great. Our graphics are beautiful. Our lighting is fantastic. Are you making a face?
You.
Look, I'm your Fedayeen. I'm your biggest diehard fan, okay? But no, I don't think the Fox News graphics are beautiful. Look, I respect what you do, especially because, like, if I had to sit next to Jesse Waters and Greg Buttfeld the entire time, I would kill myself. And the fact that you have been able to successfully sit in that room every day and just white-knuckle through Jesse Waters' snide-ass remarks is impressive. It is.
Concur.
Thank you. And it is nice to be amongst my people, which I'm usually not, like cautiously weaving through here. But my point in bringing it up, and you don't have to love our graphics, even though they're copied in every move.
I said Buttfeld, dude. I said Greg Buttfeld. Your best efforts to break out of your terminally online brain rot have unfortunately been unsuccessful. I know.
And things like that. It's like the official look of it. But even when...
The PR people love Jessica. She is a favorite of the Fox PR folks.
But nothing is taken that seriously. And that's not the case in liberal media. And that doesn't mean you're not talking about serious things, but there's this feeling like it is not the end of the world in every topic that you're discussing. And this idea that we can just go and show up in conservative spaces or, you know, come for an hour and you have to be open to those kinds of things, like, doesn't capture how hard it is for people who vote like me and some of the things that I think to genuinely form bonds.
Between your Smoke Crackman on Zateo, January 6th tour with Summer Lee, and this, you've had a week for sure. I mean, yeah.
And because
I don't pull back. Actually, that's not true. I do dial it back quite a bit when I'm around. When I'm around people, I do try to dial it back a little bit.
Because
Did the audience like you? Yeah. I mean, the thing is, a big chunk of the audience, yeah, I flaked up with the legend, Jessica Tarkov. The audience was there were a lot of HasanAbi heads in the audience, but I will say there were moments specifically around Israel where virtually the entirety of the panel was contesting my positions, which was still pretty crazy. Jessica Tarlov. She's kind of hot, not gonna lie. And then you put a hustle. Yeah, I don't think the Fox graphics are copied in movies because they are particularly good looking. They're copied in movies because they are representative of like a very specific aesthetic that is, you know, borderline fascist, spreading misinformation. That's it. That's the reason. Did you mean to say butt felt or did it slip out? I'm gonna be honest with you. It slipped out a little bit. It definitely slipped out. How are we already blasting off? What do you mean? We're only 27 minutes in. But this is when we blast off. Is this true? Yeah, this is HRT. It's real. From HasanAbi to HasanAbi. Remember when he said Joe Brandon in front of Marianne Williamson? I know, exactly.
And interact on an ongoing basis with people who you disagree with. An hour, 2 hours, 3 hours is not getting to know the other side. Living amongst them and spending time with them is. And I think that's why I'm able to do my job and have a reasonable therapy bill, like not insane, but, you know, we know each other like the family that it looks like, which is dysfunctional, but it's still a family. And people who watch the show, and, you know, we have 20% Democratic viewership, like still get that.
Hasan,
Sorry,
no,
I know it's not maybe not the answer you guys wanted, but
I want to actually. I do.
You're not getting a lot of claps because you're defending Fox News in this room.
Well, I think. Let me speak. I want to talk to Hasan about what you just said. But before, I heard something from the crowd, and I think it reflects what they're feeling, which is, well, they're not taking it seriously because these are people that are not appreciating the consequences or are ignoring or telling themselves a story about the consequences. And I know you know that.
Yeah. That's a big part of it. It was pretty good. I need this to be real. What is this? Breaking. Mamdani plans to convert Trump Tower into a homeless shelter. I need this to be real. Lamau. Holy shit. Cook King. Yeah. That's got 385,000 likes. That's crazy. New Zora Online, Assyria, New York remix drop. Oh, I already know this one. Okay, this is... It bricked. This TikTok bricked my Google Chrome, chat. What the fuck? What the fuck? It literally broke Google Chrome, dude. Oh, no. No, it straight up broke it. Oh, wait. Okay, we're back. I had to close it off. That's too powerful. That's too powerful. That's too powerful of a image. I just got chromed. Chrome to the dome. NBA Firefox better? Sure. In any case, we got some more spicy moments, some spicy facility moments here. Let's take a look.
They didn't win because they opened up the aperture and let people do what they need to do. They won because they tripled down on what they believe, even if what they believe.
Right. That's just not. I'm sorry. That sounds good, and I like it. I want it to be right. It's just not right.
They didn't win because they tripled down on what they believe.
No, they did triple down on what they believe.
Yes, they tripled down on racism.
Yeah.
It was populism, but it was a. Populism is a thin ideology mixed with a thick ideology, according to Cass Mudd.
Simone,
His populism had a lot of things in. He was an economic populist, but populism had a little white supremacy in it, a little racism. Like Bernie Sanders is a populist in a different way than Donald Trump.
Yeah, here's the thing.
So I don't understand.
Here's the thing, though. Can I just say really quick, though? Here's the thing. Like, yeah, he doubled down on a bunch of terrible shit that they believe that's extreme. No doubt. He also was seen as left of Kamala on foreign policy. He was seen as an anti-war candidate. He was seen as anti the Republican establishment on war. He cut to the middle on that.
Yeah, he lied about that for sure.
He's a
Of course he
liar.
lied.
Yeah.
He
okay,
lied.
but then maybe our guy should lie about some things that are popular too.
Okay,
I don't
okay.
know.
Now,
I bring it
now,
back. I want to bring it
you
back.
sound like
He
me
did.
during the campaign where I was like, what the fuck are you guys doing when you're not like addressing this stuff where Donald Trump can present himself as the peace candidate? That was insane to me. But obviously, sending Bill Clinton to Dearborn to talk about Judea and Samaria, as most people were seeing.
All right.
We
as
agree, Bill
most
Clinton should
people
have been on
were
the sidelines.
seeing.
I want to bring us
Let's not
back.
pretend
His
like they
children on their
didn't-
timeline every day.
Let's not
It was
pretend like they
unacceptable.
didn't moderate on things. That's all I'm saying. He moderated.
What? Hey, yo, mods. Kind of important, but avoid the Noma Metro. Thanks so much. I don't know if I can say why, but please be safe. What the fuck are you doing, chatter? What are you saying? What the fuck does that mean? What the fuck do you mean? You can't say what? They pulled that shit in so quick. The only circle with Palestine is taboo is these fucking centuries. I know. There were a couple different moments too. Israel is the one thing. Israel's the one thing where they were just like, yeah, don't do anything fucking stupid, chatter. Yeah, chatter is speedrunning an FBI fast react team at his door for sure. Anyway, getting back to what I was talking about. Are you the only pro-Palestine advocate on that stage there? I mean, some of them have like moderated on the position. But yes, I don't know what Simone Sanders' position is on Israel. So I can't speak for that, but it was like, it definitely, I mean, I'm glad to always be on panels like this. I'm glad to always be in rooms like this because I will always take that opportunity. And Crooked Con is a fantastic opportunity to get in front of an audience that is prime, that is like begging for voices like ourselves. Okay? That's something that you guys have to remember, because that is the most receptive. That is the most receptive audience that we can be in front of. You don't have to be you don't have to compromise on your values, and as long as they're making space for the left flank in the party in front of some of the biggest audiences that are directly talking to liberals in general, that are left curious, I think it's always going to be a good thing, and I'm always going to take that opportunity.
I talk to those people every day, and there were people that genuinely thought, they genuinely believed that Donald Trump was actually excising the violent criminals. And the only reason why people are led to believe this lie, aside from the faucet of misinformation that comes from independent outlets on the right and also Fox News as well, is because there is no robust response from the Democratic Party that says, that's a fucking lie. That's a lie. Undocumented migrants in this country are responsible for a lower rate of per capita crime than natural-born U.S. citizens are. If you pair that up with documented migrants, it's negligible. It is marginal, and they're hyper-focusing on it specifically because this is a vulnerable population that is easy to target and it's easy to ridicule, and there is not enough of a robust defense mechanism out there. And that's the reason why people end up believing this bullshit, and then they get shocked when it's actually implemented. I talk to those people every day, and there were people.
This clip was fire. He's fucking right. Defend migrants, defend your neighbors. I mean, yeah, but in all, Dems have been completely toothless against Trump. They lose every messaging and branding opportunity that he provides. And there have been countless just pathetic leadership and strategy all around. He's right. And the hate towards undocumented migrants are a distraction from the real problems of wealth inequality and corporate big money dominating politics on both parties. Yeah. Like, there are people on there. There are people on there on the panel that are like working within the confines of the Democratic infrastructure. There's people in there that are ideologically opposed to the left flank of the party, but they're like more open-minded than they ever have been. And it's really interesting because those guys on there sounded a lot like me. Maybe not completely, but their messaging on what the Democrats should do was almost identical to what I've been saying during the campaign. This commentary that was like pushed aside, right?
I'm Dan Pfeiffer.
I'm Hasan Piker.
I'm Ro Khanna.
I'm Andy Bashir, governor of Kentucky.
We're at Crooked Con.
What is the worst cliche in politics?
The one that pisses me off the most is when people go, better things are not possible.
I don't like the term the coalition. I just believe that we go out there and we earn the vote of every single voter.
You got to meet voters where they are. Something I say all the time.
We're going to do things for the people.
The only poll that matters is the one on election day.
What should Democrats be thinking about heading into 2026?
How to tackle the income inequality in this country.
Class first politics, centering the working class and their issues and their financial struggles in every piece of messaging they possibly can. Just slam that in there over and over again.
Affordability, about people's jobs and how we make their life just a little bit easier and a little bit better.
Winning is a good thing to think about for the midterms.
Yeah, winning is good. We should think about how to meet voters where they are.
I did meet Andy Bashir. I did. And it was brief. I met him and I met Chris Matthews, and they were talking to one another. Chris Matthews was just like, he looked like he did not know where he was really. And Andy Bashir had no idea who I was. He did not know at all, which is fine. I mean, he seemed kind. The Chris Matthews Bernie clip was in my mind the entire time. I wanted to walk up to him and whisper in his ear, "We're setting up the gallows in Central Park." Yeah, he's old. He's very old. I didn't want to test it. I didn't want to test the theory that if I were to say that, what is this? Why did you just send me a straight up anti-Semitic white supremacist account? Does it feel weird to be surrounded by libs at a convention? No, I went to the DNC. I think you guys don't understand. Both within the infrastructure of the Democratic Party and both within the audiences that attend these sorts of things, there are a lot of people that are infinitely closer to our position that simply do not understand that they are, or simply do not understand that they are so close or in complete agreement with our worldview. You have to go to where the people are. You have to, in order to build a mass movement, you have to engage in mass politics. Okay? You have to understand that most of the liberals, self-identified liberals, most of the self-IDing liberals actually have a lot of appetite for our version of the world, for our vision of a future. Okay? That's it. There is a reason why the Democrats also kind of lean into this like left flank position on issues from time to time until they get, you know, a little too worried about how popular it's becoming. And then they immediately present divisions and say, no, we're not like that. We're not like that. We can't have anything good because it has to be one step at a time. Just declare defeat. Yeah. Bro, when you spoke, the crowd energy was crazy in that panel. You can see it. Do you feel like people there take you personally more seriously after the Mamdani win? I think it's been happening even before the Mamdani win. It's I think it started with the defeat. When Kamala Harris lost, a lot of mainstream liberal voices were like, how could this have happened? What did we get wrong? So they looked around and they came back to people like myself, partially because I do go to these spaces, like the Pod Save America bros, right? And they were like, oh my God, this guy was actually ringing the fucking alarm bells about right-wing radicalization among Gen Z youth, and all of the failures of the Harris campaign, even before the election. And since then, there has been obviously more mainstream attention on your boy. And as this movement continues to grow, there is more, there will be more of that as well. As you said, remember the words of Lenin, frustrated reform opens the path to the left. Yes. Definitely started with the Kamala's defeat. Even I was pissed off at you for a good 3 minutes, respectfully. Yeah, what's funny about the Kamala Harris defeat is that, like, I rang the alarm bells over and over again, and people would yell at me. And then still, there is this contingency online of people who are just like drama focused and deeply unserious that are basically trying to move what remains of their increasingly smaller sliver of an audience in the direction of angst and animosity against me individually. And they just keep saying over and over again, like, I was responsible for her defeat. And it's so fucking stupid because most liberals, most normie liberals don't see it like that at all. So it's become this weird thing that if you're on Reddit too much, if you watch Sex Pestany, if you watch Ethan Klein, right? If you watch those guys, you literally think like, oh yeah, no, this is right. He did actually cost the election. Because that's all you're getting that's the avenues that you're getting your information from. But they're fucking parents. Like, their grandparents, the Barbers and the Deborahs, do not feel that way because when they hear my commentary, they go, no, that actually does make sense. Why didn't the Democrats do this? And it's very strange that, the more online you are, the more online brain poisoned you are, and the more you get your information from these, like, deeply unserious places that are simply using, world-changing political events, specifically to drive home whatever kind of personal animosity they have towards a content creator that they despise. Like, they have their own personal agendas is what I mean. And a lot of people cannot shake themselves out of that stupor, and it frustrates me to no end because it's deeply unserious. And sometimes I wonder, like, what will it take if you are like a conscious person and you care about politics and you care about making the world a better place? There's got to be a point where you go, okay, well, these guys are actually not as invested as I previously thought they were. Because if they were, they would probably shut the fuck up about Hasan or whatever kind of drama that they're trying to create and focus on actual issues that matter. It's strange. You think their viewers care about politics or making the world a better place, lol? No, but whether you care about politics or not, politics still impacts your life, right? And these guys are basically deluding themselves into they're basically tricking themselves into thinking that they're actually engaging with politics. But the reality of the matter is they're tricking themselves into engaging with politics by having this unimaginably narrow focus. And it's deeply unproductive. It's deeply counterproductive. We have a finite amount of time on God's green earth. So if you invest all of your time into like fucking petty drama that is forced upon you, and you just like eat that slop with regular frequency, like how much will it take for you to turn around and go, okay, enough is enough, man. Please give it up. Please give it up. Why is this your fucking major focus? They're alone in their paranoia. Their parents and younger, older siblings are all being impacted by the chaos that's unfolding right now. Exactly. Like, it's weird because it's the same on the political sphere. I would liken this to the Trump mania, to the anti-Trump mania, right? What I mean by this is if you don't have like an actual positive vision in the affirmative for what you want to do for people, and you're simply anti-Trump, like, sure, that might actually carve a path for electoral success in the short term, but in the long term, that's not going to work. And that's why while Biden won, Kamala Harris lost, right? And it's even dumber that there are a lot of people online who have just like completely dropped all notion of sensibility and have seemingly decided that I am like a Trump style figure in their lives. Like I occupy an unimaginable amount of time and space. It blows my mind. I mean, you do this, your online haters are becoming more unhinged and irrelevant. Dogtober wasn't the result of a powerful hater base. It was the last desperate strike of one that is dying. Even Reddit normies are burnt out on you and see Trump as a much bigger threat than you. As for the slop tubers, if they stop talking about you, their views collapse. If they keep going, it slowly tapers off. Yeah. Like, I just wonder what it will take for them to just become more serious. If you do not have a positive vision for a future, and you are simply issue specific, and that issue is one person that you literally constantly are feeding into hate campaigns on, it's unproductive, it's counterproductive, it's dangerous, it's unhealthy. Like, what will it take for you to just be like, all right, you know what? I'm actually done. I'm actually done with this shit. I'm going to move on to bigger and better things. And I truly don't understand how there's always an audience for that sort of thing, it seems, you know? Yeah, my goat, Joyce Carol Oates, supports me. I know. I saw that. That was funny. And she doesn't know who I am at all, but she immediately went in. So they are not angry because a New Yorker who is Muslim was elected mayor, but because right-wing propagandists told them to be angry about it. Anger about transgender persons, Haitians eating cats in Ohio, illegal immigrants, and something about Christmas, right? Because Alex Cole says, it's hilarious watching MAGAs lose their minds over a Muslim mayor like Muslims aren't already our neighbors, teachers, doctors, cops, and firefighters. They're not mad Mamdani's Muslim. They're mad he won without lying or cheating and is not a convicted felon like Trump. And to which someone replied, no, this is why. Zoran and his best friend Hasan Piker, I'm saying it, fucking America deserved 9/11, Hasan Piker. To which she replied with, taken out of context, question mark? Probably he said much more. Susan Sontag said essentially the same thing in reference to U.S. foreign policy, bringing devastation and ruin to Vietnam, Cambodia, and the Middle East over the decades, provoking eventual retaliation and revenge. Yeah, Malcolm X chickens coming home to roost moment, right? And that's what I think like a competent, reasonable person looks at this stuff and thinks. Nah, she knows who you are, lol. She's tweeted about you before. No, I know. But only recently did she find out who I was, and she doesn't know my deep background or anything. What do you mean? And someone went, well, that's one perspective. I myself am of the 9/11 was the work of murderous psychopaths against innocent civilians trying to make a living, school of thought. I guess we'll just have to agree to disagree. Oh, sick, man. You're saying 9/11 was bad? Wow, brave take. We all understand that. Why don't you do just a little research? It can be exciting to learn something. But how naive to think that out of nowhere, a gang of terrorists decided to go to enormous effort to murder innocent civilians trying to make a living, whom they don't know, and not rather that they were following directives from leaders who acting politically, not personally, to punish the U.S. government. The Twin Towers were symbols of U.S. imperialism. That is the sole reason for the attack. But the literal reason that the attack happened was that Bush and cohort ignored repeated warnings about an imminent terrorist attack. If he'd acted, 9/11 would have been thwarted. Really? You didn't know any of this? Oh my God. My queen. Bacon. Cooking. Oh my lordy, lordy, what is going on here? And they're still in her replies being like, you're wrong. This guy sucks. Last night, Hasan Piker said, this is the country that defeated the USSR, unfortunately, and claimed now there's an alternative that's about them, that's not about the billionaires and millionaires. Meanwhile, Hasan lives in a $2 million house, and this is the third option. In LA, a $2 million house is a starter home. In fact, there's not such a thing as a $2 million house. In fact, is there such a thing as a $2 million house in LA? Whoa. Whoa. My queen. Damn, she's in the mud. Olivia Reingold of the Free Press is glued to Hasan Piker at the Zoran Mamdani victory party, eating the right of hit piece. We all had a crush on Prince Kropotkin. Oh my God. What the hell? She is in the trenches. Youngest HasanAbi head. Is that thing, as always, where your haters are so insane that it makes people with brains like you automatically? I know, but unfortunately, people with brains is not so common, okay? That is a unfortunate reality here. Are you meeting G next week? Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. New York City Mayor-elect Zoran Mamdani arrives in San Juan, Puerto Rico on his first official trip to participate in the 2025 Somos Conference alongside New York Governor Kathy Hochul and Attorney General Letitia James. Yeah, this is a conference that they do every time there's an election in New York. It's kind of crazy. I guess like the reasoning behind why it's in Puerto Rico is to show love and support for the Latino community in New York and the Puerto Ricans in New York as well. That's like the reason why they choose Puerto Rico to do this in. And it's supposed to be like a retreat, right, for New York politics. He went to Juma. Zoran Mamdani arrives at Centro Islamico del Caribe in San Juan. He's attending Juma prayer and then doing food distribution for the Somos Day of Service. Oh my God, what a goat. Two people that I wanted to actually, what is this? Oh, you got to stop doing this. You have to stop doing this. Don't do this. Okay. Take a second off, cool off a little bit. When I show you guys someone who is like pretty goated, okay, you don't have to immediately go to like the most cynical, worst thing that you find about them. Okay. I think we got to do away with that mentality. Like, please, you don't have to like try and fucking immediately rush to be like, well, here's a thing that they've said, right? This is a funny take. So all those fuckers would have gone to Puerto Rico first, not to Israel. I mean, Puerto Rico is still part of America. It's kind of crazy. Have you guys not noticed that that's a thing that we do in this community all the time? It feels almost reactionary. I know it's like, it's not, and there's a good reason for why someone might do a thing like that, right? But it is very odd. Like, to the outsiders, we look kind of crazy, you know? Like, to people who are just recently finding out about this community or something, it's not something I participate in general. I don't do this at all. As a matter of fact, I push back on this all the time. But like, to the outsiders, when you see stuff like that, I think people go, ooh, I mean, why would I be on these? Why would I be on this stream? Like, they're going to find something that I've said or done and get really angry about it and immediately start yelling about that person. Like, I don't want to fucking be in front of the most cynical group of people. Piss Real says ContraPoint ass take. No, this is not a ContraPoint ass take. This is a fundamental aspect of coalition building. Straight up. I feel like you're cynical when it comes to libs doing good things. Wait, what? Are you kidding me? I've been defending Chuck Schumer throughout the shutdown. That is the least. I always show charitability to people until they have like demonstrated that they are not worthy of any sort of charitability whatsoever, because they're operating in bad faith and they have other ambitions. All right, speaking of Chuck Schumer, let's get right into it, baby. Let's do it.
After so many failed votes, it's clear we need to try something different.
I feel like it's just not hard to have not said anything racist, homophobic, sexist. No, it's not. That's not true. That's literally not true. If you understand that culture reflects material realities, and that America is a very bigoted, like America's foundation is very bigoted, then no, that's not true. That's like the social conditioning of every single person to a certain degree, especially when you pair it up with like a privilege, a blind spot born out of privilege, under the banner of the intersectionality of privilege. You're always going to find people that have like bad takes on certain things. And is Kaya good? Is she alive? Just making sure. No, she's dead. R.I.P. Does that make sense? Do you guys understand what I mean? Like, you have to remember, you have to remember like where people's starting points are. The goal is to change their minds. The goal is not to just like it's never to like concede. I don't concede. You know I don't concede on my values. You know I don't retreat on my values. But the difference, of course, is that like you can't make you have to have a little bit more grace. Kaya died. It's a joke. Okay, dude, calm down. No, they aren't listening. They think you're defending racists again. They're like 5 seconds away from saying Graham Plattler again. Yeah, I mean, I'm not, I look, I'm not going to do that. And I will not do that. I am always going to be open-minded and remember that people are capable of change. That is a fundamental value that I hold on to. And I think a lot of people is one of the biggest critiques of this community and why so many people lock in on you. This community can be hella hypocritical and nihilistic in a way that's more toxic than anything. People don't watch your broadcast, so only peeps they interact with are some of the wilder people in your community, and then they put it on you as someone who watches you and follows the same people who freaked out about Kai. It's irritating as fuck. Yeah. But it's fine. It happens. I hope I can like shed away some of that cynicism. I think the best possible way to do that is by leaning into hopeful moments like the one that we experienced this past week, and hopefully people will do away with that kind of rugged and sometimes nihilistic, often puritanical framework that they operate off of. But yeah. Anyway, let's get it going. Senator Chuck Schumer unveils proposal to reopen the government, and I believe the Republicans have already said no to it.
What the Senate is doing isn't working for either party and isn't working for the American people. Democrats have said we must address the health care crisis, but Republicans have repeatedly said they won't negotiate to lower the health care costs until the government reopens. So let's find a path to honor both positions. Democrats would like to see an end to this shutdown, and we want to respect Leader Thune's desire not to negotiate on ACA until after the government reopens. Therefore, we'd like to offer a simple proposal that would reopen the government and extend the ACA premium tax credits simultaneously, and then have the opportunity to start negotiating longer-term solutions to health care costs. Let's do all three. I've spoken with my caucus, and Democrats are offering a very simple compromise. Democrats are ready to clear the way to quickly pass a government funding bill that includes health care affordability. Leader Thune just needs to add a clean one-year extension of the ACA tax credits to the CR so that we can immediately address rising health care costs. That's not a negotiation. It's an extension of current law, something we do all the time around here, as we all know. But we also offer this. Let's create a bipartisan committee that will continue negotiations after the government reopens on reforms, ahead of next year's enrollment period, to provide long-term certainty that health care costs will be more affordable. This proposal reopens the government and ensures working families who are shopping right now for their health care get certainty and financial relief. While open enrollment has begun, insurers can update their rates after we pass a simple extension of the tax credits. With this approach, we do not negotiate health care in the shutdown, as Leader Thune has maintained he wishes, and the American people get the tax credit extension they want. That is what many of our Republican colleagues have floated over the last 6 weeks as a compromise: a one-year tax credit extension and reforms to the credit beyond that. We will agree with the Republican request not to start negotiations until after the government reopens. All Republicans have to do is say yes to extend current law for 1 year. It makes sense. And since what we're proposing is only a simple extension of current law, the Senate could do this within a few hours. This is a reasonable offer that reopens the government, deals with health care affordability, and begins a process of negotiating reforms to the ACA.
Someone in the chat said Hasan's someone just said Hasan's room has probably been occupied by like corporate lobbyists. It's true. I also sat my ass on a couch that has seen Nancy Pelosi's ass over and over again yesterday. So I think this is a decent strat. HasanAbi, cynically speaking, The Dems can posture without having to do anything, and the Republicans are too evil to care about the effects in the country. Yeah, Republicans have already rejected Democrats' offer to end the shutdown. I think they need to do more. Democrats need to do more as far as like messaging. They need to be everywhere all the time, constantly talking about how the Republicans are dangling the starvation. The Republicans are dangling the starvation of 40 million Americans as a point of leverage against offering healthcare to tens of millions of Americans. Like, it's crazy. DC hotels are famous for surveillance. Yeah, probably. Well, I already surveil myself, so. Schumer says this is a reasonable offer. Republicans are almost certain to reject it. 1R just noted that all this does is force Congress to address it around the midterms next year. Dream scenario for Dems to be able to talk about healthcare right before the elections. Yeah. No, it was smart. It's smart because, yes, the year-long extension literally brings the conversation back to the forefront right before the midterms. And it's like, that is... that's not something that Republicans are going to be on board with, you know? But the answer to that is, okay, then we do an extension, 2 years into the future? Like, their only counter could be, okay, we'll do a longer extension of ACA subsidies. You know? Tell the CIA to give some subs. Yeah, CIA, gift the subs. More on the Dem offer. Clean CR paired with 3-bill minibus. Clean 1-year Obamacare extension. Established bipartisan committee for long-term Obamacare negotiations. I might be libbed up, but conceding is the worst move. Let Republicans kill the filibuster. Dems never will. ACA lapses, and then people hate Trump more. Yeah, but the problem with the ACA lapsing in that situation is like you are losing tens of millions of people that previously had health care. You know? So... there is like the cynical operative attitude that people have, but then they also do have to care about making sure that people don't, lapse in their coverage because it's too expensive. You know what I mean? It's this, like, as much as I hate these people, as much as I hate politicians, let's be real. This is a real calculation that they have to make. They're not like sitting around thinking, who cares if people starve? They'll get angry and they'll hate Trump. Like, they do care when people starve. Even from a cynical, shrewd, operative perspective, they care because when people starve, they also start getting mad at them, right? So, if there's one group that doesn't care when people starve, it's the Republicans. They've made that fucking clear. It's obvious. Especially because they're like literally dangling that as a threat, which is crazy. But I do think that like the Democrats are more responsive to that than the Republicans are. What's happening? Since when is Hasan pro politicians? Have I missed something, or he joined the Democratic plan? Yes, I am a ride or die defender of the Democratic Party. And only because I'm in DC, even though I've been backing Chuck Schumer doing this in spite of my overwhelming criticisms against him since the moment that he did it. Right? I think I've been on Team Chuck and Team Jeffries day one because this is a demand that I had. This was a demand that I had, and they actually followed through on it, and they have kept up the response so far. Do I think that they're doing the best job messaging around it? No. But clearly, in spite of their bad messaging around it, people do still legitimately blame the Republicans here. Also, I met they Tuesday earlier. PSL, ride or DEI? I did. I met they Tuesday. Finally, our PSL chatter. I met them in person. It was awesome.
Tax credits for the future. Now, The ball is in the Republicans' court.
Adam Mockler had a good talking point here. Let's see.
Can I just ask, to either of the Republicans on this panel, would you rather see this government shutdown end in Trump's preferred way, which is terminating the filibuster, or Democrats' preferred way, which is extending health care? What do you say?
First of all, I'm not a Republican.
Okay, to be fair, both options seem good to me. If the Republicans concede and they don't pass they don't nuke the filibuster and they concede to the Democrats, then healthcare is funded. If they do actually hit the filibuster, if they do actually destroy the filibuster, then like the entire dynamic of senatorial runs changes. Okay? The entire dynamic of the Senate changes. You're a terrible person and I hate you. Just wanted to drop in and share hate from Tennessee. Wait, why? Well, I still love you, chatter. And I hope you have a great day regardless. I still wish you well. I still wish the best for you. I hope that you are cursed with good health care and a decent life, a good job, and a solid benefits package, and free education, and an affordable life, regardless. The real thumb daddy. Yeah, I'm cursing you with good health care, baby. I always wonder like how someone can develop this level of hatred just in general. Maybe they're right wing, maybe they're Republican. I guess maybe that's what it is. You're wishing that upon me too, even though I don't hate you, right? Yeah, of course. I wish that upon everyone, including my enemies. Religion usually? Did he despawn? Probably not. He probably did not think that I would respond at all.
Sorry. Then what do you say? I want to see what do you say?
I ran for city council as a Democrat in the city of New York. Okay. Lost by 100
Then
votes.
Then I want to ask you, what do you say about that?
I'm a New Yorker.
Okay, answer my question. Answer my question then. Answer my question.
From all the YouTubers creating docu-style videos about how bad of a person you are, these YouTubers are ruthless. Yeah, I know. There's never been a bigger division between what like the overwhelming internet forces believe and try to desperately get their fans to agree with and believe versus the reality. At least in my career, I've never thought that it would be like this, where it's like in the real world, most normal people are like, dude, you seem like a chill guy. You know? I like your worldview. I would like to advance this agenda. But then if you go on the internet, it's like, I am literally the biggest evil villain. Like Donald Trump could be facilitating executions of slop tubers, okay, outside of the White House. And slop tubers would still be talking about, you know who's actually more evil than Trump? Hasan. He is the worst person of all time. No one has ever seen a guy worse than him. Please explain the filibuster. No one seems to be doing that. It's just a process method of stopping a bill from passage that needs the supermajority vote. So people just threaten, or the threat of the filibuster is always there, which is why bills don't pass with simple majority, but supermajorities in the Senate.
Labels, you know why we are where we are?
Answer my
Because of what you
question.
just said.
Online culture is closer to the media impact of TV. Both aren't really it, not reality. I know. But I do think that if there was any truth to this stuff, if there's any truth to the fucking diabolical way that they present me, then I don't think I would have this many people still tuning in. You know what I mean? What is this? There was a post showing this example of Twitter versus reality, using you as an example, and your hater was suspended on Twitter. What was the hater saying? I don't know what this post was. Oh, legendary politics understander Ethan claims that the USSR was good for Nepo babies. I don't know what the person was saying, but they got suspended.
And I think it's because they want to destroy hope. They want to destroy hope within the working class that a better tomorrow is
What did the person say?
possible, because they do worry.
Yeah, I mean, look, the antidote to all of this stuff is just the truth, right? All you can expect is for people to watch charitably. And I think a lot of people do. And that's why this community keeps growing. They said you got kicked out of the party. Yeah, that's so funny. That was definitely one of my come to Jesus moments, where I was like, damn, like there's motherfuckers who would rather just believe something that is just like objectively untrue because it fits their preconceived biases. And I don't think it's, I'll be honest, I don't think that's good for the mental health of the person engaging in that, because they're basically rewiring their brain. They're basically rewiring their brain to believe falsehoods. And ultimately like that's how you become QAnon, you know? It's not even hater talk. We're talking about something different right now, okay? Yeah, I mean, this is like unimaginably, this is classic racism from John Levine. I can smell this video. And then, of course, my girl, Dr. Allie Luke's got me. Say, you better be thinking of the smell of success. They believe it even when they're pointed to the VODs and actual evidence, too. They're trying to spread the rumor that Zoran hates you and is avoiding you is very funny. Yeah, that's why I was welcomed with a solid reception. It's not even that they just believe something objectively untrue. They believe something untrue while using media that actually disproves their claim as validation of those beliefs. I think this was the tweet. Did you get turned away at the door of the Mamdani party, Lamau? What a night. What a time to be alive. Who would have thought centering working class politics would win elections even in the heart of capital? Did you get turned away at the door of the Mamdani party? This is what I mean. It's like nobody gives a shit, right? Like, it's just no one cares about the truth. People would rather just like, I don't know. It just is, it is, what do you call it? It is, it's a strange phenomena that I see online, but I do think that like trains people, that trains people into believing falsehoods. And if you're like duping yourself actively, if you are duping yourself actively in this way, I think you're going to start getting tricked by other shit too. And it hurts I don't know. It just scares me where that might lead people. People who otherwise would be our allies, right? People who should be our allies. Not that person in particular, but their audiences, right? There's probably plenty of people who, if they had like a shred of charitability, they would be like, yeah, I think I think I agree with a lot of this stuff. I do see a lot of similarity between that and QAnon. Yeah.
I'll answer your question. But this is why we are where we are, because we've become so partisan. We've forgotten about the people who don't put gas in their car. We've forgotten about the people who can't feed their kids. We're more worried about here's why the Democrats are not motivated to settle this, because history will say under Donald Trump, it was the longest government shutdown. So it'll be it'll be now. We're
getting there. We're getting there.
So for them, for the Democrats, it's going to be down on his scorecard. I wish Congress would go home, go to their home districts, and see the people suffering.
You want to know who
and then come back to Washington and then make their decisions.
Somebody is, and it's Marjorie Taylor Greene, and she's taking the sides of the Democrats actively. She has talked to her constituents, and she said their health care premiums are about to skyrocket. So, again, one party clearly has the moral high ground. Let me ask the same question. How should the shutdown end? The way that Trump wants it to
end? It should end that it always... There's one way it typically has always ended.
Negotiation.
Under Biden.
Thank you. That's what I'm saying.
Biden,
negotiation.
It always ends with a clean
with
CR.
Negotiation.
No. I reject your premise.
Wait, what do you mean you reject the premise? Like, that's not... Yes, that's how it ends. Until one side concedes. You're just basically saying that Donald Trump has presented two options. One, erodes the filibuster, which a lot of congresspersons, especially on the Republican side, are fearful of, and maybe even many Democrats are, because it makes the Senate unable to pass bills. Okay? It basically makes it so that the Senate cannot pass bills. And can you explain why destroying the filibuster, especially in this context, is warranted given the current atmosphere and who's in control? Because there's no other world where this happens. Okay? Because the Democrats would never do it. I know Bernie is anti-filibuster repeal. I know. The filibuster is an important part of what the Senate is. Right now, we should maintain the filibuster. Bernie has used the filibuster in the past. And Bernie has defended the filibuster and not eradicating. Yes, the filibuster bill means a bill needs 60 votes instead of 51. Yes. Where do you stand on it? Oh, I'm in favor. Like, if they, as Adam Mockler presents here, if they pass an extension of the ACA and concede on the demands that the Democrats are making, fantastic. That galvanizes the base. That shows that when the Democrats fight, they win. And it's also good for people's health care to be covered. Okay? That's good. If they abolish the filibuster, that's also good in the long term as well.
Donald Trump wants to terminate the filibuster. Democrats want to extend health care credits. Which of these sides would you choose?
I reject that premise.
Okay,
I think the way that...
I've been spamming, but watch Z-Way, Eric Adams. No, I will. Let's continue with this, but I will be.
Travelers feeling turbulence coast to coast as the FAA cancels hundreds of flights at 40 major airports because of the government.
Another Adam Mockler clip.
Are you an anchor baby?
Define anchor baby. Is that when your parent...
No, I don't want to do this right now. Let's continue.
Shutdown.
Everybody's suffering in the country because of the shutdown.
More than 800 flights already canceled this morning. Frustration mounting.
It affects your money, your expenses, and that's tough.
Would you be open to getting a backup ticket?
You had to have backup money. I don't have that.
Some travelers who were notified of flight cancellations now opting to cancel their trip altogether instead of rebooking.
I don't know when all this is going to, end.
The 40 airports impacted, including the country's busiest, from Atlanta to Los Angeles, Chicago, New York, Boston, and Miami. Airlines told to reduce flights by 4% today, ramping up to 10% over the next several days. American canceling around 220 daily flights, Delta canceling 170, and United canceling just under 200 per day.
If you're in a market with only 2 small regional flights and you cancel one or both of them, that's a huge impact to that market. We want to avoid that. And so what we're doing is really spreading it around the system.
The Trump administration says they're trying to ease the strain on 13,000 air traffic controllers, but some critics argue it's just a move to pressure Democrats to reopen the government as the shutdown reaches day 38.
It is pretty crazy that the Republicans and their posture throughout this entire process has just been, no, we're going to keep fucking shit up. We're going to fuck it up further. And it's pretty crazy. The spread here is chicken wings, a turkey club, and French fries. And deviled eggs. Sean Duffy should go to jail for his crime against transportation and travel. I agree. Just in general. On principle, I agree with that.
This as more than 60,000 TSA agents are also working without pay. These essential workers forced to decide if they can even afford to keep showing up on the job.
This is the little bit that is in here. This is enough to hold over for maybe another week. The fridge is pretty much empty.
Maggie Sabatino is a lead TSA agent in Philadelphia and a mother of 2.
We were told if you call in sick, you have to provide medical documentation. When I call out, I tell them the truth. Can't afford childcare.
So you can see the impact here. The airlines say for passengers who are going to experience a canceled flight, they hope to be able to notify them a day in advance and then rebook them on another flight. For passengers who do not want to be rebooked, they are entitled to a full cash refund.
"38 days into the government shutdown, this morning a federal judge accusing the White House of withholding federal food assistance."
No. People keep asking, is your trip to China cooked? No.
For
China is international travel, and they have not touched international travel so far. They might. It's the delays that happen on the domestic travel front. Yeah, cruelty for cruelty's sake is right. The Trump administration asked a federal appeals court for an emergency pause on federal judge's order to fully fund SNAP benefits this month. It is one of the most insane things I've ever seen, dude. They are actively saying, no, we want to starve people. We want to starve people. And it blows my fucking mind. It blows my mind that is like, what if you get stuck in China? I'm not worried about getting stuck in China. I'm worried about getting stuck in DC.
Reasons and ordering the administration to fully distribute SNAP benefits by today. Judge John McConnell saying, quote, "People have gone without for too long. Not making payments to them for even another day is simply unacceptable." Vice President J.D. Vance arguing it's not up to the courts to decide.
In the midst of a shutdown, we can't have a federal court telling the president how he has to triage the situation.
Just days ago, the administration had agreed to tap into more than $4.5 billion in emergency funding to partially fund SNAP, which 42 million Americans rely on. The White House insisted those payments would still go out. Even after the president posted on social media, SNAP benefits will be.
Bro, this is also such an insane moment because the thing is, like, Trump could have looked like a hero to be like, I saved SNAP, and just lied and was like, I have the contingency funds. I found it. I saved it. The Democrats want to keep going with the shutdown because they want to starve you. Meanwhile, he's just like, nope. I want to purposely look like a fucking villain. I cannot believe it. Every day that goes by, I'm closer to the, he doesn't want to have elections again because he wants fucking riots that he violently deals with to call a martial law. This doesn't make any sense. I don't know why he's stress testing the system like this.
Even only when the radical left Democrats open up government. The judge pointing to the president's own words, accusing the administration of defying the court's order and causing irreparable harm, saying, quote, the evidence shows that people will go hungry, food pantries will be overburdened, and needless suffering will occur.
So the administration does plan to appeal this ruling. Back here on Capitol Hill, the Senate is expected to vote for the 15th time to reopen the government. And even as so many Americans out there are worried about whether or not they're going to receive their benefits, federal workers are going without pay. Right now, lawmakers are still getting their paycheck, even though the House of Representatives has been out of town and out of session for 49 days, Michael.
Yeah, it's embarrassing at this point, Rachel. It really is. Thank you.
Like, I know they want to get rid of SNAP.
President Trump announcing that early next year, the price of weight loss drugs Wegovy and Zepbound.
Not a stress test when he's trying to get the system to fail. It's just like, he's also really annoyed with the whole like affordability stuff. Ironically, he campaigned on that and won on that. You know, fixing the prices, making groceries cheaper. And he is actively making it more expensive. Both with the tariffs, both with the instability, both with the cuts to subsidies, and also with the cuts to SNAP in general. And it's like, I don't know where he's going with this shit. You know what I mean? Like, that's why you're seeing hella people experience buyer's remorse right now.
That will be dropping drastically, potentially impacting millions of Americans, including seniors on Medicare.
This is a triumph for American patients that will save lives and improve.
Do you think he thinks everyone is rich, Law? Yes. He is surrounded by people who are so far removed from the realities of poverty that he can't even comprehend it, I think.
Improve the health of millions and millions of Americans.
Right now, these drugs, known as GLP-1s, cost roughly $500 a month for people without insurance, making them out of reach for many Americans. But in the coming months, that price for the starter doses will fall to $350 a month and down to $250 over the next 2 years. The drugs will also soon be covered for people on Medicare who are severely obese, though not people who are simply overweight.
Just as significantly, Medicare and Medicaid will finally cover the cost of these weight loss drugs for millions of patients suffering from obesity.
Those on Medicare will pay just a $50 copay. Access will also be expanded for qualifying people on Medicaid who could end up paying virtually nothing. With many on these drugs for life, I asked Dr. Mehmet Oz, who oversees Medicare and Medicaid, if he's confident the prices won't go back up.
And you can guarantee the American people that once these costs go down, they're going to stay down.
I'm guaranteeing the American people that the tariff change by the Supreme Court won't affect these prices. There may be other manufacturing issues that can drive prices up and down, but I feel very confident that now we've set the standard.
And there are also lots of questions about the pill form of these drugs that are being developed but are still not approved by the FDA. But when they do become available under Trump's plan, the lowest dose could cost just $150 a month. And the Trump administration is also touting a new website, TrumpRx.gov, that's expected to go live in January, where patients will be able to compare the prices from various manufacturers. Now, the government won't actually be selling the drugs through this website. Instead, this is an effort to increase transparency about what these drugs actually cost, guys.
Yep, you got to do the math. Mary, thank you.
Voters. The swing is because people.
Mamdani versus the Machine. Fault Lines documentary finally came out. And your boy's in this.
Put your hands together for the next mayor of New York City, none other than
If you had to choose 3 words to describe Mamdani, what would they be?
Relentless, positive, and visionary.
Good afternoon, Harlem.
Smug, phony, arrogant.
How you all doing?
Radical, extremist, dangerously inexperienced.
Energetic, positive, enigmatic.
The first thing I wanted to say was 34-year-old Muslim socialist.
Describe Mamdani in 3 words.
I would say New York City.
New Yorkers have chosen Zora Mamdani to be their mayor.
My friends, we have toppled a political dynasty.
His meteoric rise from an unknown assemblyman to frontrunner in the mayoral election was propelled by his promise to make life more affordable for everyday New Yorkers.
We are an existential threat to a broken status quo that buries the voices of working people beneath corporations.
To achieve this, he said he would freeze rents, make buses free, and offer universal childcare.
What he's calling for is not that radical, and more importantly, it's something that a lot of New Yorkers really, really want.
But to pay for it all, he said he would impose a new tax on New York's wealthiest residents, earning him a powerful coalition.
Pre-watch this. This was good. It's so funny because, like, all of this stuff, I shot so much stuff like this, and everyone wanted to talk about the Zoran potential victory, right? And I don't remember what I was saying in it, but like you'll probably hear that I'm being very careful with my language because I'm like worried that what if it doesn't happen, you know? There's always failure until it always seems impossible until it's done, you know?
Enemies that includes real estate interests, billionaire hedge fund managers. Why do you find Mamdani so threatening?
Well, I think socialism is not good for New York.
And one of New York's most famous exports.
He's a communist. We're going to go to a communistic state. That's so bad for New York.
In this episode of Fault Lines, we go inside the race for mayor of New York City, a campaign that went beyond New York to the very future of the Democratic Party.
The Democratic Party is very good at not letting people into the tent who are going to be genuinely troublesome.
And what lies ahead for the new mayor of New York.
Let's be clear about the forces he's up against, and let's be clear about how unethical and rapacious and powerful they are. This story's not over. These people play for keeps.
This is bigger than Zora. You can use that as a title.
It's true.
Just over a month before the mayoral election, we joined a group of New Yorkers marching against rent increases.
The richest city of the richest country in the world, and our standards of living for a lot of us ought to be much higher. A lot of Americans live without dignity. Poverty is so punishing in America.
Behind the protesters is the mayor's residence here in New York City. It's called Gracie Mansion. Eric Adams there for a few more months. One of the legacies of his term here as mayor of New York City was that he allowed the rents to be raised every year. New York's rent stabilization.
Scumbag. Fucking scumbag. Just remember, he literally could have had that rent adjustment board refuse to raise rents, for the record, and he just never did.
System gives its mayor an unusual amount of control over the city's affordability.
In New York City, over 2.4 million tenants are rent stabilized. So under Eric Adams, our current mayor, rent has gone up for a total of 12%. We raise our rent every single year. Unsustainable, like regardless of, the rent going up, like people just can't afford rent right now.
That bothers New Yorkers who every month they get paid and they have to pay rent, groceries, transportation, childcare, and every month they get squeezed even more.
I grew up in this city. I was born in 1980. There used to be a middle class in New York.
Oh, shit! Spencer! No way!
Rent, groceries, transportation, childcare, and every month they get squeezed even more.
I grew up in...
That's my goat. That's the man, dude. Spencer Ackerman is fucking fantastic. Fantastic reporter, fantastic journalist. I've had him on the show before. It's very cool.
In this city, I was born in 1980. There used to be a middle class in New York. In my living memory, that's gone.
I just lost a tooth this morning eating a bagel. Oh, no. So, it's going to cost me a couple of $1,000 now to have an implant and everything put in. I'm 77, I'm on a fixed income. Choice between that and food and paying the rent, it's getting hard.
So housing affordability is the top issue for New Yorkers. And Zoran Mamdani had a very, very clear answer to us for what he was going to do about it.
We are going to deliver a 4-year rent freeze for more than 2 million New Yorkers across the city.
Zoran Mamdani was an unlikely frontrunner in New York City's mayoral election. A Democratic socialist in a field of establishment Democrats, he ran on a platform of progressive policies that he claimed would make life more affordable for New Yorkers.
I'll freeze the rent for millions of tenants, make buses fast and free, and deliver universal childcare. And before you ask, I'll pay for it by taxing the rich.
Mamdani's populist economic message in a period of rising inflation and diminishing economic opportunities resonated with New Yorkers and with Americans across the country.
Even if you weren't following the race, if you were just a person of a certain age on the internet, you were seeing him everywhere.
His message went viral on social media, and within months of announcing his run, he'd become a national figure.
What put him on the radar was this man on the street interviews with New Yorkers about why they didn't vote for Biden and why some of them were like Biden to Trump voters.
The swing is because people want lower prices. They probably believe that Trump would give them that.
They gave answers to him that didn't really have a lot to do with MAGA and didn't have a lot to do with Trump.
And that's your hope, to see a little bit more of an affordable life?
Absolutely.
They had a lot to do with how Democrats have been in power and their lives have only gotten less and less affordable.
And I'm going to be running on that platform.
You would think that many politicians would think to simply ask their constituents what they want and then design a campaign around those issues. But it did feel very novel and refreshing and hopeful.
While he was unknown outside of New York, Mamdani had been steadily building a broad coalition of support as a state assemblyman.
It's not a question of how, it's a question of if we have the political will.
Mamdani is a member of America's largest socialist party, the Democratic Socialists of America, or DSA. There are now 250 DSA members who have won elected positions at local, state, and federal levels, representing a system that until recently has been largely unpopular in the U.S.
I think America... Okay, to be honest, if you try that in Texas, the answer would be terrible. What? No. Localize. Localize the needs. Adjust the policies to the fucking needs of the constituents. Americans have never understood what socialism or communism is in general. They just feared it.
But after, 30, 40 years of neoliberal politics, the promise of trickle-down economics, Reaganism, hasn't come to bear. And on the other end, you become increasingly open to alternative systems, and socialism is right there.
As an assemblyman, Mamdani was outspoken on Israel's genocide in Gaza,
How we doing?
using his position in Albany to advance this cause.
Are we ready to end New York State's subsidy of settler crime? Yeah!
And joining the growing protest movement against Israel in New York. On October 23, 2024, Mamdani announced he was running for mayor.
All of those young people in New York, huge protests with like tens of thousands of people that go largely uncovered by the media, those are all people he was able to convert into voters, and 50,000 of him he was able to convert into volunteers.
He was already working on the method that a lot of people on the left had been talking about, as far as identifying exactly what people were struggling with, and then just only hammering in those policy positions, those policy prescriptions to the issues that they were facing.
And the polling shows that in New York City and beyond, people's opinions on what's happening in Gaza has shifted. And I think the affordability ties into that. Because when you see a Republican president cutting Medicaid, firing federal workers, we continue to send billions of dollars to Israel, people get mad at that. They see that there's money, it's just not going to them.
It was a stark contrast to his main opponents at the beginning of the race, incumbent Mayor Eric Adams.
So this is not a city of handout. This is a city of hands up.
Republican Curtis Sliwa.
Everybody knows that Andrew Cuomo is a fake, phony, fraudulent fugazi.
And Andrew Cuomo.
We need someone who knows what they're doing on day one, because your lives depend on it.
A three-time governor of New York who resigned in disgrace in 2021.
The report said I sexually harassed 11 women.
I think everyone presumed Andrew Cuomo would win the primary.
Do we have working men and women in the hall tonight?
That's who he represents. That's him. That and himself. No one likes Andrew Cuomo. You have to understand that. Cuomo's politics are vindictive. He is famously short-tempered and long-memoried. People were afraid of endorsing anyone else because what happens when he wins? He's going to exact retribution. That's Andrew Cuomo.
But then when Mamdani won, it wasn't just he squeaked by. He won in a landslide.
Mamdani won the Democratic nomination for New York City mayor by 12 points, with the highest voter turnout in more than 35 years.
It shocked a lot of people.
You want to see the tiny ketchup bottle? Here.
Mamdani and his supporters, but it really shocked Cuomo and his supporters.
Like a lot of powerful people in New York were like, we have to do everything in our power to make sure that this guy, an unknown entity that is potentially uncontrollable and very damaging to our interests, doesn't become a popular mayor.
What you see when there is such a threat to the establishment is everything gets thrown at the wall. There's a panic.
In the lead up to the primary, the pro-Cuomo super PAC, Fix the City, raised $25 million, a record for a New York City mayoral race, a large portion of which came from billionaires opposed to Mamdani's platform.
So this is billionaires' rep?
Yes, this is an apartment I showed the other day. It's actually off market. This is a full floor, so
it's a full floor.
It's 8,000 square feet.
One apartment.
One apartment.
Eleonora Srugo is a luxury real estate agent specializing in high-end properties in New York City, giving her unique insight into the people putting millions against Mamdani's bid for mayor.
What do you hear from them in terms of their concerns?
Yeah, look, the biggest concern that myself, my peers, a lot of my clients have with Mamdani is ideological. I don't think it's practical.
In order to fund his progressive platform, Mamdani had proposed a 2% tax on New Yorkers earning over $1 million per year, and he made it a point on his campaign to call out New York billionaires directly.
Do you think that billionaires have a right to exist?
If you can answer my question from earlier, it would help clear up a big confusion that the chat has. I'm a bit confused. It seems you have a lot of goats. As I understand, it means greatest of all time. Now, how can there be more than one goat? Dude, what are we doing, man? I'm done. I'm done with motherfuckers who keep asking me. Like, people that come in with, like, sincere sounding requests, I always entertain. And always, it's either bait or the dumbest question of all time.
I don't think that we should have billionaires.
New York is home to more billionaires than any other city in the world, and Mamdani had pitted himself against them.
You are not going to tax them out of existence, but you can tax them out of wanting to spend time here.
The billionaire class understands that what happened in the primary is a revolt against them.
And that's why they're trying to go all out, game the system, use the rules that they have right now to throw as much money as they can into super PACs to stop Mamdani from winning.
One of the largest donors to fix the city was the billionaire hedge fund manager, Bill Ackman. He took to social media in the days after Mamdani's primary win, promising millions to anyone who would run against Mamdani. We wanted to ask Bill why he believes he knows what's best for New Yorkers, so he attended an investor conference for a company he chairs.
And I'm curious, how much money have you put toward the New York City mayoral election? And should your wealth give you more power in a democracy?
I invested $500,000 with Andrew Cuomo, and it was not a very successful investment, certainly in the primary. And I think if a socialist, a pronounced socialist, a proud socialist, some would say communist based on some of his plans from a real estate perspective, were to become mayor of New York, it would have very negative signaling value for the city.
Ackman would go on to put another million against Mamdani, and other billionaires spent even more.
The biggest problems can't be solved by national governments alone.
This asshole literally spent $3.5 million in the last week of the campaign, and he spent all of that on the Hasan did 9/11 ads. Like, personally, in the last week for his super PAC, he put $3.5 million on the Hasan did 9/11 attack ads, bro. That's crazy. Yes. Come to the 9:30 club tonight? No, I can't. But congratulations on the unionization, chatter.
Michael Bloomberg, a former mayor of New York, donated over $9 million to a group backing Andrew Cuomo.
I think it's fair to understand that the billionaires think they own the city, that this is their city. When Bloomberg was mayor, he made an infamous comment that he saw New York City as a luxury product. And that's what he built.
The threat to them isn't a 2% tax hike. It's not a publicly owned grocery store. It's not a rent freeze. That's really not a threat to their way of life. It's not a threat to their businesses. It's not a threat to their success or finances. It is a threat to their political power.
Capital.
It's a threat to their political power if the population starts hoping again. That's what it is. They tried to kill hope. I don't often get super spiritual, especially when we talk about campaigns, but it is truly the primary purpose of all of the anti-Zohran Mamdani shit. Because if the working class can bring forth, through the democratic process, the working class can bring forth a fighter, a champion for their causes that says openly who the villains are, that doesn't shy away from calling millionaires and billionaires out, that doesn't shy away from calling out Israel, then all of a sudden more and more people are going to start feeling emboldened. And if he delivers on those promises, oh my God, dude. If he delivers on those promises and becomes a popular figure, that's a terrifying prospect.
is threatened by Mamdani and his ideas and the growing popularity of socialism. It's right there in the name. Do we want to live in a society that prioritizes capital and the earning of money and the profit motive at whatever cost? Or do we want to live in a society that prioritizes society?
This is who Zohran Mamdani embraces. He's not who you think he is.
As Mamdani's popularity increased, his opponents focused on portraying him as an extremist.
Globalize the intifada, he won't condemn.
And mainstream media quickly adopted this framing.
So I want to give you an opportunity to respond here and now. Do you condemn that phrase, globalize the intifada?
That's not language that I use.
The media forces the issue of Israel onto Mamdani because they think that's a Mamdani killer. And they have good reason to, based on past performance, right?
Cuomo is not asked about his sexual harassment scandal to the extent that Zohran Mamdani is asked about the phrase globalize the intifada, or whether he thinks Israel has a right to exist. And the effect of that is to manufacture an environment where those things are at all equivalent, or Zohran standing up for Palestine is worse than molesting your coworkers.
The dangerous rhetoric against Mamdani spread well beyond New York, echoed by Republican lawmakers on radio shows.
What do you think is going to happen to all of you if Zohran Mamdani gets elected? I mean, it's going to be one big Sharia fest playing the call to prayer from the top of the Empire State Building.
How they're talking about him is so deeply dangerous.
I get messages that say the only good Muslim is a dead Muslim.
The man from Texas left him violent, threatening voicemails, and he was detained and arrested.
You're in Texas. Why are you this mad? This makes no sense.
That's scary, and it's rooted in a deep hate for Muslim people.
Mamdani's fellow Democratic lawmakers also launched attacks against him.
This is a very serious issue because people that glorify the slaughter of...
Yeah, that shit was so fucking whack. I couldn't believe Kirsten Gillibrand, dude. They really broke new ground with this shit. James Clyburn just said that Mamdani's style of politics will work well in South Carolina primary voters, and he praised his campaign. We're ready for a socialist president. What the fuck? That's actually shocking. Because he is the Bernie killer. That's crazy. I wish that energy was around. I don't know if that's real.
Jews create fear in our communities. The global intifada means destroy Israel and kill all the Jews.
Anti-Muslim bigotry is so deeply embedded in American politics, just as anti-Palestinian racism is, that sometimes it can be invisible.
Bro, he's about to see the light of Allah. That's why. Timothy Clyburn has, I have it on good authority that Timothy Clyburn has actually reverted to Islam and has seen the light of Allah. He will be going to Jannah. That's what it is. That's what the fuck's going on.
And it comes from both sides of the aisle. It's not Republicans who have a monopoly on Islamophobia.
Both anti-Semitism and Islamophobia are bigotries, but one has institutional permissibility and institutional permission is used as a way to advance your career, even Islamophobia. And the other, there is no institutional permission, and you will get tremendous pushback.
After Mamdani won the primary, many Democratic leaders did not endorse him.
Thanks, everybody.
Including Senate Democratic leader Chuck Schumer.
Going to be endorsing Zohran Mamdani?
What are your thoughts on Cont?
I'll be meeting with him. We had a good conversation. He's run a good campaign. I'll be meeting with him.
Thank you.
House Leader Hakeem Jeffries, whose district resides in New York City, waited 122 days after the primary before finally giving his lukewarm approval. But outside the halls of Congress, another faction within the Democratic Party was demanding their leaders get behind Mamdani.
We're going to outlive a lot of the people in power. Thank God.
The question is, are we going to become younger versions of who's currently there right now, or are we actually going to change things?
David Hogg founded Leaders We Deserve to challenge the incumbent Democrats he calls out of touch and ineffective.
I think DC and the establishment is full of a bunch of windsocks. They like to go whichever way they think the wind is blowing. Sometimes that will be in your direction.
David Hogg's transformation over this last year has been truly remarkable to observe. Actually, like he was doing like crazy shit back in the day, I feel like. And now, I don't know, now he's becoming this force in the party that I kind of like. Dark Hog, punished Hog. I mean, there was still obviously like the Deja Fox stuff, so it's not like I wouldn't say that this is I wouldn't say that he like the methods are all there, or he's like fully on board. But he got kicked out of the. He famously, for those of you who don't know, got kicked out of the fucking DNC, literally for advocating for the positive changes that we all would agree on, like, you know, primarying old seats, institutional Democrats with newer talent, and I'm on board with that. Okay, but so did you? No, the actual DNC, not the convention, chatters. He was elected. He was appointed as the VP of the DNC. He was the vice chair of the, like, straight up party, the Democratic Party.
Sometimes it will be against you, but there's a real lack of principle that drives a lot of this, because what it boils down to a lot of the time is people just thinking about, like, well, what's best for me? What do I need?
Because the Democratic Party is a corpse and has been for some time, and every time it attempts to rejuvenate itself, whether that's through Bernie Sanders.
Yeah, and by the way, one of the first things that he did after getting pushed out of the DNC, the Democratic National Committee, was going and fundraising for Zohran Mamdani. His PAC put like $100,000 behind Zohran Mamdani, and he won big on that. But also, what are your personal thoughts on Chris Hedges? He is, I mean, regardless of whatever disagreements we might have ideologically, I have tremendous respect for Chris Hedges, and I always will. He is a major force in this country. You're talking about a man who literally has spent most of his time teaching prisoners, educating prisoners. You can't touch that. Yes, he's been on my stream. I mean, so has David Hogg. David Hogg has also been on my stream. He was on at the victory party.
Mamdani, the Democratic Party seeks to essentially thwart the movement within the party to address the concerns of the base, because the Democratic Party doesn't function as a political party. The base is irrelevant.
The donors are the real constituents in an era of pretty much unlimited post-Citizens United donation. Why would it be otherwise? As a politician, you can make money forever. You can make generational wealth forever. That is why Schumer, Jeffries, Gillibrand, so many others, not just keep Mamdani at arm's length, but attack him. Because they recognize he upends this apple cart, he derails this gravy train.
Both Senator Chuck Schumer and House Leader Hakeem Jeffries have each received over $1.7 million from the pro-Israel lobbying group American Israel Public Affairs Committee, or AIPAC.
They're really telling all those people who voted for Mamdani, we don't care what you want. What game are they playing?
I mean, to appease AIPAC, the most successful foreign influence operation in American history. It's really not that complicated. People love to say these things, that everything's more complicated than it seems. Some things really are not. Yes. This is one of those things.
Barack Obama wrote about this in his memoir. If you criticize Israel too much, then expect to be faced by a well-funded opponent in your next election. So it's not some secret, you know, a former president of the United States has admitted to this kind of dynamic in Washington.
After the primary, Mamdani's polling numbers continued to rise. With the opposition split between a crowded field of challengers, President Trump weighed in.
I think if you have more than one candidate, we've got ourselves a communist mayor.
He was
President
right.
Trump is a native New Yorker.
It's
He
happened.
is obsessed with New York City, and he wants to have influence here, and he wants to continue to pull the strings as any way he can.
Reports circulated that the president was offering positions in his administration for Adams and Sliwa to drop out.
And we're not going to let somebody get into office and squander the taxpayer money from this country.
On September 28, 2025, the sitting mayor, Eric Adams, withdrew from the race.
That's why I'm here today to endorse Andrew Cuomo.
Cuomo is not a strong candidate. That is why I hesitate to use the word support. I believe that he is the better choice for the next 4 years.
Despite losing the primary, a string of past scandals, and his general inability to campaign effectively, Cuomo still continued to draw donations from billionaires and endorsements from politicians across the aisle.
It is a coalition of class interests. It is bipartisan, and it is deeply entrenched, and it is afraid of Zoran Mamdani, and it should be afraid of Zoran Mamdani.
As the general election approached, the pressure against Mamdani intensified.
The media attention for this race far exceeds what a normal mayoral race gets. It really speaks to the times about what this race represents.
Mamdani seemed to moderate on key issues in his campaign, including one of his main rallying cries, a 2% tax increase for New Yorkers who earn over $1 million a year.
If you could get the money and funding elsewhere, would you drop the call for the tax increase?
Absolutely. The most important thing is funding these agenda items.
And he walked back statements that had earned him the support of progressives during the primary.
He's told you what he thinks. He thinks the police are racist, wicked, corrupt.
Those are tweets which I have apologized for to New Yorkers and police officers directly.
He started moderating a whole lot his positions on the NYPD. I'm sure there were a lot of smart people whispering in his ear.
Yeah. As far as defund the police, that was not a sidestep or moderation. But yes, as far as like saying the police are fucking racist, yes, he did back away from that. That, in my estimation, was for governance. That wasn't to win the election. I think he had the election wrapped up. I think that was for governance. The NYPD will be one of the biggest hurdles for Zoran Mamdani to overcome. It will be impossible to deal with. It's gonna be so difficult. In spite of his like the NYPD is not racist. I'm sorry for saying that type shit that he said. Okay? Why though? Genuine question. Because the NYPD is one of the most powerful militaries on the planet. And the NYPD, especially in New York, is one of the most powerful forces in politics. Guys, the NYPD literally kidnapped Bill de Blasio, former mayor of New York's trans child, and doxed them on the timeline. What are you fucking talking about? They are insane. Like, it's not... they are this uncontrollable beast. Every mayor has had to deal with the NYPD. Every New York mayor has had to basically be at the mercy of the NYPD. Friend of the show, Christian, had a great take on this.
Mamdani might be the funniest motherfucker of all time, and some of you guys might owe me an apology because I just made a serious video on my main account about him appointing Lena Khan. But I remember a few months back, I think like a little bit after the primaries, when he met with like billionaires and business leaders, and people were like, see Christian, he's just gonna capitulate. That's all he ever did. See, that's all it's about. He's gonna blah, 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 blah. All right? And then he puts Lena Khan on. That's the equivalent of meeting up with Lex Luthor and then popping out with Superman the next day. Like... It's the funniest thing possible. He basically popped out the day after the election and was like, yeah, man, if you can afford a Rolls Royce, it's about to get real strict around here, cuz.
Yeah, Lena Khan is a #1 op for the billionaires. Straight up. If Mamdani accomplishes none of his agenda but manages to weaken the NYPD and the Benevolent Association, it would be one of the greatest accomplishments in recent decades. Yeah, it's just not going to happen. I don't think that's going to happen. I think he has an easier shot at fucking... He has an easier shot. Like, look at this. Comptroller Brad Lander's new dashboard tracks city claims and settlements. City paid nearly $2 billion settlements last fiscal year. $2 billion. Yeah, this is what the NYPD did to de Blasio. A New York police union came after the mayor's daughter. Think about that. NYPD Sergeants Union tweets and deletes Chiara de Blasio's arrest report. How can the NYPD protect the city of New York from rioting anarchists when the mayor's object-throwing daughter is one of them? Now we know why he's forbidding mounted units to be mobilized and keeping the NYPD from doing their jobs. That fucking image right there has like their address and shit. It's crazy. Why did Biden appoint her as the FTC chair? What do you mean? The reason why Biden appointed her as the FTC chair is the same reason why Bernie Sanders was literally, up until the very last moment, clinging on to Joe Biden. Because Joe Biden was Mr. Junior partner in the coalition with the left flank of the party. Elizabeth Warren straight up, I think Elizabeth Warren straight up was like, all right, I won't be VP, but at least like put Lena Khan in there. I think you guys forget, like I've talked about Biden's legacy, like right-wing, pre-turn to the right, like pre-pivot to the right on immigration, pre-October 7. Biden had a uniquely progressive legacy. The major issue for Biden was that he got torpedoed by the rotating villains in his own coalition, okay? And he couldn't whip them. He couldn't use the bully pulpit to command the attention of the masses and show them that, like, he was actually pushing for marginal change. It's true. And now all of that is gone. Obviously, he will be remembered forever as the butcher of Gaza, a genocide heir. Now, it's not saying much. It's not saying much to say Biden is one of the more progressive, was one of the more progressive presidents. is not saying much at all, because it's more so damning to consider how not progressive other leadership has been. Okay? So there was an unimaginably low bar, and he like cleared it sometimes and failed to clear it in other times. But yeah, there's some good there. It's ironic because I literally probably defended Biden's progressive legislation, or his like marginal, incrementally progressive legislative agenda, more than the fucking media did. I rode for Biden. You forget when he pulled out of Afghanistan. I was Mr. Joe Brandon is my GOAT. Do not forget that. I call balls and strikes. It feels like a lifetime ago because this is before I did NATO, and this is before all of those other things. Yeah, his NLRB was doing decent work too. But you know, it's over. All of that is in the fucking rear view. Yeah, people forget that the reason Obama picked Biden specifically as VP was because he was essentially a Republican when it came to his voting record, from supporting every ward along upholding corporate interests and ties to segregationists in the past. It was the only way Obama could win. Funnily enough, when Biden announced he was running against Obama for the Democratic ticket in 2007, on the very first day of his campaign, he made a racist remark towards Obama. Later on, John McCain defended him as being a good man and not an Arab. This aspect of his identity weighed heavily on his chances of gaining legitimacy and a proper chance at the presidency initially, as much as he later became the poster boy of neoliberal, neo-imperialism, and feel-good post-race America. He had everything to consolidate his images in the eyes of white America. Upholding corporate interests or not a progressive economic legacy? I'm confused about your position. No, everyone upholds corporate interests. When you're the president, you, one, always uphold corporate interests, and two, you always do war, okay? Endless amounts of war. So obviously, you have to grade on a curve. And when you're grading him on a curve, he was actually more progressive than most other contemporary presidents in the United States of America. That is, of course, not going to ever be his legacy, because his push for modest incremental reforms was, one, too little too late, and two, destroyed by the moderate wing in his own party, the centrist Democrats that like actively destroyed his agenda every fucking step of the way, and his inability to whip them back in his inability to whip them back in line was a massive failure. His inability to communicate the accomplishments that they put forward, no matter how marginal, was a massive failure. If Biden passed H.R. 1 and B, we would be living in a radically different country. Yes, those bills were lib, but they were fundamental reforms. He's a bad president because he gave up on the marginal good things he himself proposed. Yes. First 100-day immigration agenda, remember that? He was going to offer amnesty. He was going to set up the conditions for amnesty for migrants living on U.S. soil. What happened? He dropped all that shit. It's just sad to see because, like, Biden was so fucking old, so weak, and so feeble. And the juxtaposition between Biden and Donald Trump, who is also old, but is manic and unforgiving and uncompromising and unyielding, is very clear. Biden had decent policy ideas, like the Biden team, rather, designed decent policies, and he just could not get it done. He couldn't move it across the fucking finish line. No matter what. There was a million different reasons for it, obviously, but But there is a share of responsibility here for Biden's own inability to communicate his desires, communicate his agenda, and push it across the finish line. He did not whip the votes. He didn't do half the shit that Donald Trump does. When Donald Trump has any sort of issues with the Republican Party, he just fucking calls them into the White House, right? And it'll be like, I will fuck you up. Do you want death threats from the most psychotic people in this country? No? Okay, then shut the fuck up. You're doing my bidding. Like, think about how much leeway Donald Trump has to break the system. If Biden was even a fraction as aggressive, he probably could have gotten a lot done. It's important to recognize those mistakes, by the way, in order not to repeat them, because there is no way we can have an old guard that is incapable of utilizing, or rather weaponizing, the bully pulpit, okay? We cannot do that. That cannot happen ever again.
That was good politics. But what it conceals is that the NYPD will stop at nothing to destroy Zohran Mamdani's mayoralty.
The assemblyman will not denounce Hamas.
I said that I would discourage this language that I do not.
Damn, they didn't put the assemblyman would not discourage or would not condemn Hasan Piker.
The choice to moderate on some of these issues is confusing. Is it just that he is under so much pressure, or is it something bigger than that? Does he actually think to win he needs to moderate when it was his choice not to moderate that made people have such confidence in him and his integrity?
That's how I felt too. I agree with that.
I'm afraid, frankly, to know the answer.
Though a different candidate than when he started his campaign, Mamdani won.
On January 1st, I will be sworn in as the mayor of New York City.
His election represents a monumental shift in New York politics, the Democratic Party, and how Americans feel about the state of Israel.
The people lining up against Zohran Mamdani tried to make this mayoral election a referendum on anti-Zionism being anti-Semitism, and then failing, and then losing that massively. That is a sea change in New York City.
Yeah. That's a sea change in New York City. It's a sea change in American politics. And it's one that the Democrats are fucking terrified of addressing. Okay? They are so scared of touching it. They're so scared of addressing it. It blows my fucking mind. It is the easiest lock of all time. Okay? It is the easiest way to insta-lock a tremendous amount of goodwill. You earn so much goodwill if you just call out the easiest thing to call out, really, especially at this stage. Like, there is so much room to call out Israel, and Democrats are still failing to do so. It's like, it's mind-boggling. It blows my mind. What more do you need to hear? What more do you need to see? You have a Muslim socialist mayor who is an anti-Zionist in New York. Okay? I keep thinking about this Masterson tweet. It's true. If Zohran had lost the election, the entire Democrat Party would have used it as a mandate to take a harder turn to the right. Yes. Abso-fucking-lutely. I can't. It makes me so mad.
Netanyahu's defense team, but then somebody like Mamdani comes up, and that's not just symbolic. That shows that there's something changing in America. There's something changing in the electorate, that this is a bigger story than just New York. There's this desire for something more. There's this desire for a different kind of politics.
While billionaires in the U.S. increasingly use their wealth to influence politics, Mamdani's win pushes back on the idea that elections are for sale.
We live in New York, in capital's seat of power.
If you told me 3 years ago that the Dem base would be more anti-Zionist than Bernie at times, I'd call you insane, but that's the reality. Yep. That is precisely what's going on.
This is the financial capital of the world. This is a place that the Bill Ackmans and the like feel like is theirs by right. In an age of oligarchy, this is the most important place that those oligarchs have to rule. Except that there's millions of us and there's vanishingly few of them.
And it may offer a lesson to Democratic Party leaders if they choose to learn from it.
I want to hold your hand when I say this. Democrats do not care. There is no relationship between what people want and what the Democratic Party is willing to advance. And there are no consequences for their lack of Democratic representation because there's always the Republican Party and they're always worse.
It stopped functioning as a party a long time ago, but it's assiduously loyal to its donors because the hierarchy of the party, if you actually created a democratic system, the hierarchy of the party wouldn't exist. And they have decided that they will keep their first-class cabins on the ship as it sinks.
Chris Hedges has such a way with words, man. It's crazy. Also, is see Anna Kasparian, Cook, and Ben Shapiro on CNN.
Somebody else who you can see, she's the first black mayor of Detroit, Michigan. Young people came out in large swaths and voted for her.
So then the question becomes why they're focusing on Mamdani. And I think the answer is because of Mamdani's own words. If you watched his victory speech last night, he used one line in particular that sort of left out and left off the screen when he said that there is literally no problem. This was his line. There is no problem too big for government to solve and no matter too small for government to care about. I mean, that's what totalitarians would say, is that they're literally, and then the two people he quoted verbatim, aside from Mario Cuomo, which was I thought a delightful little slap at Andrew. I thought it was a little nasty. But he quotes Eugene V. Debs, who's a socialist, and then he quotes Nehru, another socialist, and then he says, "I am a socialist" from the stage. So saying that President Trump is somehow going overboard when he has campaigned as this, when the Democratic Socialists of America, which is a base from which he springs and to whom he answers in many ways, is openly socialist. But he's not talking about moral.
Here's the problem. And this is the reason why I do not feel ashamed or scared to call myself a socialist, whereas Nazis have to hide that they are Nazis. World War II happened, and then the Cold War happened, right? And yet, I don't have an issue calling myself a socialist. I don't even have an issue when people call me communist, right? Now, liberals still make these distinctions where they're like, oh, well, it's not real socialism. It's not real communism. It's like, it's something different. It's fake, blah, blah, blah. All this like fearful posturing against the Red Scare. The reason why is because most people understand the distinction. While there is heavy propaganda against the concept of socialism, the ideology of socialism, it ultimately doesn't matter because people understand it as an economic system. Fascism, on the other hand, Nazism, on the other hand, revolves around the eradication of entire swaths of the population. Okay? That's it. There's a difference between these two value systems. There's a difference between these two economic systems, if you want to call it that, because fascism it operates within the confines of capitalism, but I'm not going to get into that for now, but that's it. I don't have an issue saying that I want to live in a world where workers have more autonomy in their lives, workers have more freedoms, and they can control their own destiny. They can do more with their output, okay? That they have more control and a democratic process over their contributions and what gets done with said contributions. That is perfectly fine, perfectly appropriate. Nazis can't do that because at the end of the day, they have to advocate to purge entire swaths of the fucking population. It is a violent theory. Start a co-op. Well, too late because I already have one.
He said on this network he hates capitalism. He said that on this network.
But the president's been calling him a communist, not a socialist.
Well, why don't you explain what you think the difference is?
There's a big difference.
What is the difference? 99.99% of America did not watch his speech. 99% of America literally don't care who Eric Adams is or Cuomo is or who the mayor of New York is. But what is happening, though, is Democrats do something that we don't normally do, which is harness the energy of young people. And Zoran Mamdani had the issue that carried the day yesterday. Everything else, set aside everything else about how you feel. He talked about affordability in a way that communicated to voters and resonated. But Zoran Mamdani is a part of the future of the Democratic Party. He's not the face of the Democratic Party, or he is not the Democratic Party.
Well, something to also keep in mind is, yeah, calling him a socialist didn't hurt him in this election, because if you look at Democratic voters, many of whom live here in New York City, they are super skeptical of capitalism. Sure. Because of the crony capitalism they've been dealing with. They don't see a future for themselves in this country in terms of being able to afford a house, be able to get married and have children. So young Democrats who were very much galvanized by Mamdani's message were not put off by his message of socialism. They liked it. And that's something important to keep in
But
mind.
Republicans are not campaigning in New York against socialism. They are campaigning nationally against socialism. And what they're saying is that the Democrats, don't fall for the bait, is I guess what I'm saying to you guys. I shouldn't give you, I hope you fall for the bait, but don't fall for the bait of making Mamdani the face of your party, because the reality is that Abigail Spanberger won by a large...
Wow. Yeah, we should let Ben Shapiro be the advisor for the Democratic Party. Why would you ever in a million years listen to fucking Ben Shapiro giving you good advice? If anything, if your opinion is identical to Ben Shapiro in this moment and you're a Democratic consultant, you should really think twice. You should think twice about why Ben is saying that. Yeah, this doesn't help your cause. Guy who hates you and your cause, always. It's always the same. You see it in my replies every day. Every day of the fucking week. It's ridiculous.
...margin in Virginia. Then Zoran Mamdani won in New York last night. And by the way, he was running against another Democrat. Okay, that's how much he was disliked. Right? I mean, he's running Andrew Cuomo, who's a deeply unpopular person in New York.
He sure is.
Won 800,000 votes in that race last night because there were so many Democrats who didn't like Zoran Mamdani. Right. So this idea that Zoran Mamdani is like overwhelmingly popular across the if you include a country that includes half of Republicans, not a city like New York, where perhaps 7 people are Republicans and like 3 of them voted for Curtis Sliwa in the end. Like, I'm sorry, it's not a representative sample. It's like saying that AOC is representative of the broad spectrum of American politics, and she isn't.
Fair enough. All right, coming up next.
This man desperately wants to make sure that the Democrats are not represented by Zoran Mamdani's politics. I cannot think of a better commercial for instantly moving in that direction with the party's politics than someone like Ben Shapiro saying this is bad for your cause. Joyce, face of Hasan Piker or face of Paul Giamatti? Raise you on face of Hasan Piker or face of Charlie Kirk? I don't know what's going on there. Anyway, Breaking Germ tells you to stop using hand sanitizer because it dries you out. Yeah.
Reporter without the sensitivity he should have had approached him. And he must have had a loose moment because instead
The
of telling
father
her-
of Kamala Harris. That's not the father of Kamala Harris. Father of Kamala Harris is... That's not Kamala Harris's
Anyway,
dad.
a reporter without the sensitivity he should have had approached him. And he must have had a loose moment because instead of telling the journalist to go away, he said to the journalist, I have only one thing to say. She has been captured by her donors.
Oh, yeah, it's true. That's Donald Harris is Kamala Harris's dad. And he did say that. Yes, he's a Marxist.
Of course. Well, the father and the daughter know each other real well. She has made sure to have no contact with him. By the way,
Yeah, so the other side of the story, of course, is the glorious meltdown that you're seeing from billionaires and also, of course, from the likes of, billionaires, racist Republicans, and, of course, racist Jonathan Greenblatt.
As God is my witness, that every Jewish New Yorker knows that ADL has your back. And we will make sure with everything we've got, we hold this mayor accountable. I'm not the one who got elected to office. I'm not the one who's responsible for the largest Jewish community on the planet Earth, like in the city with the most Jews. I mean, it's him. And so it's not for me on bended knee to go to him. It's for him to tell Jewish New Yorkers, again, however they choose to worship, if at all, whatever their political leanings, I don't know, he has got to make Jewish New Yorkers feel safe. And I am telling you, Brian, the data shows us.
Bro, I'm serious. Like I'm not one of these guys that fucking says like, oh, there's this, Jewish exceptionalism. But god damn, dude, I was so close on the Crooked Media panel when they were talking about like the real fears that Jews feel about Zohran Mamdani and turning around to Simone Sanders and being like, have you ever heard this level of consideration for black people in your entire life? I was this close. I literally was going to pick up the mic and turn to Simone and be like, Simone, you're a black woman. Have you ever heard in your life a conversation like this? Especially when it's unimaginably warranted, because in this case, it's not even warranted towards Zohran Mamdani. Like, what the fuck are we doing? What the fuck are we doing, brother? What is this? There is valid concern, okay? There is valid concern around anti-Semitism. And then there is whatever the fuck this is. This is insane. Why didn't you? Because anytime I brought up Israel, the whole panel collapsed. And I wanted to continue along with the conversation in a more positive direction because I had already fucking brought up Israel on numerous occasions at that point. It's just crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy. Like this is hysterical, okay? This is mass fucking hysteria, and it is born out of racism. I'm sick and fucking tired of acting like that's not the case. This is mass hysteria born out of racism. If you think someone like Zohran Mamdani is anti-Semitic when he has never said anything remotely anti-Semitic, okay, and has gone above and beyond, not only to take a stance against anti-Semitism, which is appropriate and just, but to go above and beyond to soothe the oftentimes racist tendencies of the historical masses, which I do think is also being greatly overemphasized by Jonathan Greenblatt here, because I don't think it's that crazy, right? Like, I don't think every Jew in New York is like, I'm gonna pack my shit up right now, it's over. Like, I don't think that's happening at all. But I do think that if you are a Jewish New Yorker and you truly, I mean, this is speaking to the fucking preaching to the choir here. Obviously, all of the Jewish HasanAbi heads know what's up. but like, I guess the message is like, if you are a Jewish New Yorker, okay, and you personally believe that Zohran Mamdani is responsible for a rise in anti-Semitism or is personally anti-Semitic, you have to check yourself, okay? Because this fear is hysterical, and it is not born out of any real reason. It is not facts-based. It is not evidence-based. It is born out of hysteria, racist hysteria, okay? You just see a Muslim dude who is an anti-Zionist, who has the majority position on Israel. I cannot stress this enough. He has the majority position on Israel while also being brown and Muslim, okay? You go about your day as a Jewish person in New York, and you talk to people, and more often than not, you're meeting people that have the exact same opinion as Zohran Mamdani on Israel. If you can go about your day hanging out amongst the masses, but then you think Zohran Mamdani is a more significant threat than the guy delivering your Amazon packages, than the dude operating the bodega around the corner, then you are fucking racist, okay? It is crazy. Not only does he absolutely maintain the majority position on this issue, okay? Not only does he have the majority position on this issue, but he also won the election partially because of his majority opinion on this issue. You have to drop this shit. Jonathan Greenblatt has to drop this. Like, I don't think he understands. He is never going to realize this, I don't think, and his donors don't want him to. His donors want him to be an attack dog. Voters read Cuomo's pro-Israel fixation as prioritizing on an issue that they don't prioritize. Mamdani's less numerous but negative comments on Israel didn't hurt him in the same way. We should thank Israel for helping Mamdani win. Israel critics can exploit the lobby's paranoia. It's true. Affordable housing and prices were the top two priorities for voters heading into the final days of the New York City mayoral. Crime was third. Voters say Mamdani prioritized affordability more than Andrew Cuomo, who instead prioritized crime. See? Israel-Gaza conflict is so low on this. Islamophobic people are crying after seeing this video go viral.
Hey, this is the Islamic Center that was calling back in. So hold on. let's go for it. They called me back. The Islamic Center of Charlotte just called back.
What is this?
Islamic Center of Charlotte, how may I help you?
Hi, yes. I was trying to call. I have a 2-month-old baby, and I ran out of formula last night, and I was wanting to see if there's any way you all could help with a can of baby formula.
We can, ma'am. Where do you live? Do you live in Charlotte?
Yes, I'm like 10 minutes from you all.
She was asking for help with food and baby formula. She's been calling churches pretending she has an infant that needs formula. I mean, come on, that doesn't mean anything. I'm sorry. Like, this woman has called 20 churches pretending to have a baby and need formula. Like, 90% of the churches have said no. No, it's, come on. Only the mosques said yes to her. I mean, look, this is... This reads as bait. I'm sorry. It's super viral, but... And it's anecdotal. Like, I don't think places of worship are like meaner. Some places of worship are like meaner than others. It's just, you know, don't do that. Yes, all Christians hate people. Keep going like that. Great thinking. No, like I don't think Christian places of worship are Christian places of worship are lacking in their interest or in their interest to like feed the population. I don't think that's the case. Unless it's a mega church, in which case we know that they fucking suck. But that's not what I'm talking about. Even like there's hella churches. There are hella churches in America that actually do have food pantries and shit. Leftists keep making this move where they point out accurately that it wasn't the establishment that moved first to embrace politically toxic identity politics. It's totally true, but the left responded by copying Clinton's bad ideas, then going further with defund. Yeah, this is a famous line from Hillary Clinton saying, if we broke up the banks tomorrow, would that end racism? She did say that. I think Jennifer Welsh would disagree with you on churches. It depends on your own personal experience. It depends on your own personal experience. This isn't to say, like, I'm not going to fucking disparage church. I am not going to disparage places of worship off of anecdotes, okay? I'm a Muslim in the kingdom of Bahrain. In my early childhood was one of poverty. The first folks to help us was the Sacred Here Church in Muslim majority Bahrain. I say let's not bring good people's charitability into question. Yeah. Anyway, I don't know how we got here. I was talking about fucking silly ass Jonathan Greenblatt.
Right now that they are not safe. And it's not safe because they have particular feelings about the state of Israel. It's not safe because it's been open season for anti-Semites. And so when you, again, say things like when he was an assemblyman in Albany, Brian, he sponsored a bill, one of his only bills.
Yeah, we don't need to shit on other religions to prove Islamophobia is wrong.
Called the Not on Our Dime Act that would have prevented New Yorkers from donating to charities in Israel.
That's bullshit. You are such a piece of shit, Jonathan Greenblatt. You are such a fucking... Say it truthfully. Say what it actually is. I know what the act is. Okay? I know what it is. You're a fucking liar. You are a fucking liar. God, you are such a piece of shit. The Not on Our Dime Act was about divesting from groups that specifically were selling West Bank real estate, like illegally and stolen real estate in the West Bank. Okay? It was also, here it is, notonourdime.com. The ongoing Israeli assault on Gaza has spurred a proliferation of U.S.-based, in air quotes, charitable organizations fundraising to support the Israeli military and violent settlers. New York registered organizations are at the heart of this, sending tens of millions of dollars to fund war crimes waged by the Israeli military units devastating Gaza and emboldened settlers expelling Palestinians from their homes. By allowing these groups to masquerade as charities, New York State is subsidizing Israel's illegal settlement expansion and state violence against Palestinians. This is a perfectly appropriate, perfectly lawful mode of resistance that isn't even a mode of resistance, honestly. It's just saying, like, abide by the fucking pre-existing laws. It's more urgent than ever to stop this flow of money, which is why we launched the Not on Our Dime campaign. We first introduced the bill in May of 2023, which was the most violent year on record for the Palestinians in the West Bank. Remember, May of 2023, okay, before October 7. In May of 2024, 1 year later, we are expanding the bill's scope in light of the surge in New York-based charitable organizations of fundraising to support, to support the Israeli military, which both domestic and international courts, as well as legal experts, have said is plausibly committing genocide in Gaza. The call has never been clearer. New Yorkers do not stand for funding war crimes or violations of human rights. How fucking insane is that? That he's like, oh, they want Jewish charities to not exist. Yeah, Brad Lander also supported Not on Our Dime Act. Brad Lander also, as a comptroller, divested from Israel. But Brad Lander is Jewish. He's a high-profile Jewish person in New York politics. So obviously, if fucking this bald dipshit were to focus his ire on Brad Lander, I'm sure it would look a little silly to his donors, and it would look a little silly to everyone else on the outside.
If he didn't like their
and he's
policy.
for the BDS movement too.
For the BDS movement, which he says is a nonviolent movement, and yet it causes violence.
Wait, how? He's like, the BDS movement is nonviolent, but it causes violence. Okay? Yeah. Listen. Brian, if I can't fund the settlers in the West Bank that are doing pogroms and just shooting Palestinians on illegally occupied Palestinian territory, that's literally like you're shooting me. Okay? Excuse me. We have to keep funding these guys. We have to. Otherwise, it's like you want me dead. This is really messed up.
And again, the globalize the intifada phrase, I mean, it was like pulling teeth. And he's still, as I sit here, what is today, the 6th, November the 6th? He still has not said that globalizing intifada, which is a call for violence that invokes the slaughter.
So Jonathan, look at this.
Mamdani has demonstrated a pragmatism and iterated his views on free buses. He's iterated his views on law enforcement. He's iterated and evolved his views on some economics.
But he won't evolve his views on Israel. I wonder why. But
you know what's the one thing where he has never evolved, never shown flexibility, never changed? It's things related to the Jewish state. Since he was in college.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, my bad. To the Jewish state. Just say fucking Israel, bitch. Just say Israel, asshole. Do you have any guests or IRL today? No, brother. What the fuck? God, the ADL is such a fucking joke. It's such a cancerous entity. in American politics, even when it's like losing most of its motion, I still find myself incredibly annoyed. I hate that the mainstream media still props this asshole up.
And organized a Students for Justice in Palestine chapter at Bowdoin, where, SJP is the group that leads the harassment and the violative acts against Jews all over the country. He started their chapter at his undergraduate. Again, He was a rapper who rapped lovingly about the individuals who were indicted and arrested by the FBI.
This makes me kind of happy though, because like I am smoking on the fucking ADL's institutional relevance pack, you know? I think he's just going to get increasingly manic. I don't think he's going to. He is a rapper who rapped, Brian. He is a rapper who rapped. You sound like a fucking lunatic, man. My baldest and, dare I say, boldest op. My baldest op is losing his mind again. Zoran Mamdani. He's gone above and to prove that he will be a mayor for all New Yorkers. At some point, you have to admit this is racist hysteria. Kind of like your ex co-host and your ops, you will get more and more unhinged as the ADL becomes more irrelevant day by day. Yeah. He's not even worth the tweet. Move on, all. No, I wanna keep fucking pushing. He's gone above and beyond to prove that he'll be a mayor for all New Yorkers. At some point, you have to admit this is racist hysteria. About a mayor who has the majority position on Israel. Gang, don't tap the glass. No, I'm tapping it. Zoran Mamdani has never done a single anti-Semitic thing. He's gone above and beyond to prove that he will be a mayor for all New Yorkers. At some point, you have to admit this is racist hysteria about a Muslim mayor who has the majority position on Israel. It's also fucking crazy to do this at a time when, like, there is unprecedented anti-Semitism. Director of the Anne Frank Center in Frankfurt, AFD is pro-Jew, not because they love Jews, but because they hate Muslims. Wait, what? You don't need to love Jews, you just need to hate Muslims? A pretty strong summary of American foreign policy? That is... Wait... I'm confused about that statement. Like, they just straight up said it, like, or were they critical of this attitude? My family keeps telling me Zoran has said bad things about Jews. I keep asking them for evidence because he quite literally has never said anything negative about members of the Jewish religion. They keep ghosting me. Yeah. Yeah. It's always like, you know what's crazy? Because he's running for fucking mayor, or was running for mayor, right? He's also extra careful. He's a Muslim dude running for mayor in a very sensitive media environment. So he's extra careful. Like, at least with me, you could point to like shit out of context. You know what I mean? At least with someone like myself, you could be like, oh, well, remember Hasan said Jews are inbred. No, I didn't. I did not say Jews are inbred, you fucking animal. I specifically was talking about the settlers that were destroying the settlers that were destroying aid going into Gaza, as I do with all reactionary people. Like, I call the Klan inbred too. But at least you could just like point to something like that. Something that's like completely fucking clipped out of context or something. He doesn't even have that shit. Is the Klan Jewish now? I mean, there is a KKK style structure in Israel. Yes. It's called the Jewish Power Party. Yes. Mendel, Professor Maren Mendel, the director of the Anne Frank Center in Frankfurt, in conversation with Haaretz's English editor-in-chief Esther Solomon, spoke about the alliance between Israel and Europe's far-right leadership, Netanyahu, Orban, and the extremists in the U.S. The AfD, Alternative for Deutschland party, is pro-Jew, not because they love the Jews, they hate the Jews, but they hate Muslims more. And so they say they are for Israel, Mendel said, because the Jews won't be here in Germany if they are in Israel, and we can marginalize the Muslims and stop migrations and for a good cause, he said, referring to the views of the AfD. The cause is fighting anti-Semitism, he added. I still can't understand if this is a critique of the AfD or if he is riding with the AfD. He's saying they hate Muslims and therefore they like Israel. Like, this is my criticism of, this is me. He's critical, dumbass, Lamau. Maren Mendel is critical of the AfD 100%. Oh, okay, thank God. I'm sorry. When I hear Germans, it's just like freaks me out a little bit. He's married to a Muslim woman. Oh, thank God. I thought, dude, listen to me. I have heard from Germans this exact kind of statement. I've heard this exact kind of statement from Germans that are actually saying, like, no, it's good. Like, the AfD is a force for good for this reason. Oh, I apologize to Professor Maren Mendel. He's anti-AfD, but subscribes to the same anti-Palestinian racism and pro-apartheid. He's a liberal Zionist. Muslim wife stands for the same thing, giving it... Oh, he is... Well, I mean, I don't know, but it seems like he's still anti-AfD, so he's not actually saying it's a good thing that the AfD is, like, presenting themselves as pro-Jew because Israel, because they're pro-Israel, because Israel is, like, killing Muslims. Where the fuck was I? Hold on. Wait, let's finish this Greenblatt thing.
Brian, the persistent kernel throughout his politics, in this short career.
Brother, I've been burned by the German left, okay? Fix your exposure, you're pure white. It's just...
has been animus toward the Jewish state. Now, look, by the way, what's amazing and why our antenna is up, he has no animus toward the country of Uganda, where he is from, where it is a crime punishable by death to be gay or lesbian. He has no apparent problem with that.
Oh, what about Hamas? That's Hamas, too. Hamas has got zero tolerance to homosexuality. He has not said Hamas is a terrorist network. So,
not a word.
There's also a lie as far as like Uganda, but that's also fucking ridiculous. A few moments later, he outright calls Mamdani a danger to the Jewish community.
Again, based on, I've worked in this game for a while. It is beyond me how the people give their endorsements and he doesn't reciprocate. But look, you know why he doesn't reciprocate? Because he's not a Democrat, Brian. He's a socialist. He is a member of the DSA. So I can't speak to what Governor Hochul was thinking, but it was deeply, deeply disappointing.
Yeah.
He would endorse this guy when she knows he is a clear and present danger to our community.
So just by the way, his remarks were so divisive yesterday. You would think after winning.
Oh God, I do love them fucking losing their minds though. Every one of my enemies, every single one of my biggest ops are fucking losing their minds. I mean, let's look at Tommy Tuberville. Okay, so we saw Jonathan Greenblatt lose his goddamn mind.
Happened in New York. We lost New York. It will be completely Muslim in 3 or 4 years. That's what they want. They're going to have everything free there for them, and they're just going to spread throughout the country.
Okay, that sounds awesome, though. Like, everything is going to be free? Like, is he making an affirmative statement about Islamic-style communism? Is that what he's saying? I think this is by far the best example of delusion was this statement. Stand with us. Look at the first sentence of the second paragraph. Mamdani has promoted an anti-Semitic conspiracy theory, falsely blaming Israelis for case of police brutality in New York. Openly supports the anti-Israel BDS. Yeah, no, totally. That's such an anti-Semitic statement. Okay, bitch. Then don't fucking train the NYPD then. Like, what do you mean? You can't, on the one hand, lean into like... Sometimes I feel like Israel just like does shit that is like tropes, like a list of tropes. And Israel's like, ooh, if we lean into this, and then someone says like, oh, this is fucked up. Why are you doing this? We could just like, oh, that's anti-Semitic. Like, what do you mean? You can't call that anti-Semitic when it's like also something that you're doing. It makes no fucking sense. It also has a secondary, maybe unintentional or maybe intentional purpose or outcome, rather. It has a secondary outcome of making people think, okay, well, if this is fake, what else is fake? It makes people go, hold on. I know for a fact that this is not anti-Semitism. This is just like a thing that's happening. So if you're calling this anti-Semitism falsely, what else have you lied about? Is the question that people engage with. And then that leads them down the fucking right-wing reactionary anti-Semitic pipeline. At the end of that pipeline is Holocaust denial. That's how you arrive at all these fucking people who are like, I'm noticing. You're noticing. I'm noticing things. Like, meanwhile, half the shit that you're noticing, okay, in your noticing attitude is just like normal stuff, okay? Oh, wow, you noticed that the pro-Israel lobby is a supremely powerful entity in American politics, a supremely powerful force in American politics. Wow. Oh my God. What a fucking major revelation, dude. Like, wow, you really arrived at some sort of secret hidden truth. Congratulations. But do you see why people think it's some secret hidden truth? Because of the way people communicate about this shit. Okay? That's why. If you make normal, truthful statements somehow impossible to fucking state, that creates an opening for people to lean into. That creates an opening for people to lean into like actual dangerous, malicious, awful, anti-Semitic conspiracies. Bro, the ADL has to explain why there's an NYPD cop in my random ass city in Israel. Don't worry. Don't worry. We're getting him out of there. Zohran Mamdani is going to bring him back. Zohran Mamdani is going to first send his ass to Mecca, okay? And make him revert. Make him revert to Islam and then bring his ass back to Mamdanistan. Just a single NYPD cop on the beat? No, it's literally, they have a liaison office. The NYPD has a liaison office in that one chatter's town in Israel. Apparently, according to his statement, 5 minutes away from his house. Which is crazy. Why the fuck's that the case? Can't be Trula Mountain? No, it is. It's real. It's in Kfar Saba. It's funny because that chatter found out about that not from living in Kfar Saba, but from me talking about it on this broadcast. Like, it's not just in Israel as well. NYPD has like liaison offices all around the world. It's a very strange thing. But I guess is primarily for you know, broadening their horizons. The more nefarious one is not the Kfar Saba liaison office. The more nefarious one is that like virtually every single police precinct in this country, virtually every single police precinct in this fucking country. Yeah, see, New York Police Department abroad. Virtually every single police precinct in this country has been IDF trained. Bro sharing secret Candy Crush levels with the local cops. Yeah. Anyway, look at this poll. Net favorables of things among 18 to 25-year-old men. Teachers unions plus 51%. I don't know what the fuck's going on here. I don't know why teachers unions have Assad numbers with young men in America for some reason, but I'm on board. Socialism plus 16%, big tech plus 13%, that's weird. AI plus 7%, ew. Big business plus 2%, mainstream media minus 3%, Israel minus 23%. Anyway, with Israel, we can always go lower, but I was asked today on Morning Show about Mayor-elect Mamdani's support for the anti-Israel boycott. Jacob Ben David Linker says, Greenblatt is doing nothing to explain how Mamdani's positions and attitudes will translate into tangible problems for Jews in New York and other New Yorkers. He just makes us look hysterical and fragile. Oh, also, this was the Why Mamdani frightens Jews like me, to which the response was, it's because you're fucking racist. You're literally just racist. Which is true. Finally, a few months before October 7th attacks by Hamas, Mamdani introduced a bill in the state assembly that could have jeopardized the tax-exempt status of virtually every pro-Israel charity. Oh no. This might be the worst part of Brett Stevens' article. The Not on Our Dime bill explicitly calls for ending tax exemptions for organizations that support settlements in the occupied territories. Stevens is lying. Also, here was another Egg Boy tweet. The extent to which media people don't even try to distinguish between is very popular, specifically with people who work in the media and our friends, is some kind of objective external quality of messaging brilliance is a little sad. Now, you might not understand what he's trying to say here, but what Egg Boy is trying to do here is to claim that like the media overemphasized Zohran Mamdani and his support because they like him. And the evidence of this is because of all of the places that he won by really wide margins. These are neighborhoods in Brooklyn where a lot of the media figures live. Okay? Except implying that Mamdani only did well in white, college-educated, gentrified Brooklyn neighborhoods is unbelievably lazy. Because Zohran Mamdani cooked with mostly black resident neighborhoods by plus 26 and mostly Hispanic residents by plus 20. And also by annual income, those below $50,000 got a plus 8. But another part of the problem with this kind of argument and the stupidity of this argument is that Zohran Mamdani won. Like, if he had run this banger campaign and he did Assad numbers in just Brooklyn and then lost, and everyone in the media was like, oh my God, Zohran is so good, he's going to win, and then he fucking lost, then yeah, it would be kind of valid. Like, this argument would be valid if Zohran had actually lost. Okay? Even then, there's obviously other factors as well, and we should analyze them. But you could just be like, well, seems like a lot of the media hyped him up. But it turns out New Yorkers were not fucking with Zohran. But he fucking won. So what the fuck is this argument? Twice. Yeah, some fascinating exit polling data. 18 to 29, Mamdani by 60. Muslim voters by 30. Public transit commuters, Mamdani by plus 29. Renters, Mamdani by plus 25. Black voters by plus 26. Latino voters by plus 22. Household income, $30,000 to $50,000 by 13. Household income, $50,000 to $100,000 by plus 20. Honest and trustworthy, Mamdani got plus 49. Will work for people like me, Mamdani got plus 49. 55% of voters said the cost of living was the biggest issue. Crime was at 22% and immigration was at 9%. For black and Latino voters and for female voters, in the 18 to 30 bracket, Mamdani went with insane numbers. For Latinos, 18 to 29, Mamdani was plus 78. For black voters, 18 to 29, Mamdani was plus 76. For women, 18 to 29, Mamdani was plus 72. Doing outright better than Harris in some of the most Hispanic parts of the city while having a margin like 28 points worse than What she had against Trump is lunacy and major proof of concept for left populist theories on winning back working class voters. It's so crazy to me that the Democrats literally spent the last 9 months being like, how do we lose the working class? How the fuck did we lose the working class? How do we lose men? How do we lose the Latino voters? And you got this motherfucker who was like, bet. And they're like, actually, that's wrong and bad. And he's bad. Or it's insignificant. It's inconsequential. Actually. Yeah, Gen Z men are conservative, blah, 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 all this shit. Didn't we have data like this for Bernie? Won't them ignore this too? No. Dems can't ignore this because Bernie lost, okay? That's it. You can't ignore a winner. You can continue to plug your ears and say, la, 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 I can't hear you to someone who unfortunately loses. But you can't do that when they not only win the primary, but then they win the general in spite of the establishments of both parties actively attacking you. Yeah, his biggest demo were black men. Zoran's strongest demographic was black men. Interesting. I need y'all to say white men from now on. Don't hide behind the term men no more. Yeah. Zoran won black men by 56%, dude. I mean, I don't know how stable some of these exit polls are actually, and we'll have to figure it out later down the line, because like it blows my mind that black men outperform black women. That actually shocks me. Someone said, what about access with the VIP section? I can't believe there's still motherfuckers who get duped this easily on the internet, dude. Some of y'all can't be saved. I'm sorry. Black women include the 60 plus Dem, the churchgoers who immediately hear Cuomo and vote for him. I don't know. Like I said, it's an exit poll, so we'll see. There's no way more black women voted for Cuomo. This is bad data. Well, it didn't say that more black women voted for Cuomo. But it said that more black men as opposed to more black women voted for Zoran. But I still have a hard time believing that. Yeah. Oh my God. Josh Kraushaar of Jewish Insider and Fox News Radio. Another one of my fucking ops. Final exit poll in the New York City mayoral race found Mamdani won. 66% of the Democratic vote. A Democratic nominee winning just 66% of the Democratic vote in a more competitive swing state or district loses in a landslide. Hello? Fuck, hold on. What is happening? Is housekeeping. Yeah, these guys are. Listen. This is Josh Kraushaar of the editor-in-chief of Jewish Insider, another one of my ops. He is actively trying to disparage Zohar Mamdani, and in my opinion, failing to do so. But it's like a classic case of trying to undermine this massively consequential electoral victory in a three-way race. And they're just not going to stop. But there was one more billionaire, Mulder, that I wanted to point to. And that is the Canadian Kevin O'Leary.
So, pragmatically, I and others.
Yes, we're going to watch Z-Way. We're going to watch Z-Way.
Who invest in real estate have tried to.
Just want you to be reminded that everyone knows you abuse your dog. Please ban me. Do not ban this chatter. We are going to keep Dr. Anus in the chat. Stop calling him a Canadian. Canadians, this is your problem. Sorry. You are the chat's doctor now. Exactly. Oh, no, you say you're chat's dog. No, he's the doctor of the chat. Guys, this guy's a doctor. Okay? We need to keep him in here.
At a meeting to figure out what's rhetoric and what's policy. So far for me, it's been crickets. I think it's a mistake on his part. I'm a rational person. I'm only interested in one thing, and I think he has to address this. I get it what he's doing on the rhetoric, everything for free, and rents don't go up. What happens on new builds? We need to...
An anonymous gifted a tier 1 sub to Dr. Anus. Dr. Anus, you are now a part of the community. Dr. Anus, welcome. Welcome to the fold. Why is Dr. Anus not responding? Check me out, please. Dr. Anus, you got your first patient. Dr. Anus, you got your first patient in the chat. Look at that. You got the nice little subscription button in here. You can rewind now. Friend of the show, Dr. Anus. Have you ever been to Israel? No, I have not.
A new building. So let's say we need 20% more affordable housing. Love to invest in that. So we go to the debt and we go to the equity markets to do that. So my simple question to him is, look, I understand what you're trying to...
Can I hate on you and get us up? No. It is pretty funny that guys, that people come in here and say that, because I think they just can't, like, they can't say anything else. So they're like, please, why won't anybody believe me? That's it. Everybody hates you, I promise. Everyone in here, start hating now. Start hating him now. Just waiting on the crash out, to be honest. Okay, well, good luck to you, okay? Good luck to you, Dr. Anus. I don't think it's going to happen. Oops, this is the wrong one. All right, let's continue.
You got to get elected, but tell me how you're going to do this. I got to put $50 million into a building to build it, just to get it going. And the market's going to want probably somewhere between an 8 and 11% return on the construction financing. And then when I stabilize it, they'll be happy with 7-8% return. You're telling me I have to have frozen rent rates, even going into 3% inflation. How am I going to be able to raise any money for a new build? Not just me, anybody. How can anybody, including you, by the way, you, Mr. Free for Everything guy, how are you going to get that money out of the market when the return is negative? Now, what is the answer to that? Because people should ask themselves, how are we going to get a new building to live in or to have an office in or a store in the city of New York, which is in itself a country, when there's a zero return policy, a negative return policy on capital? Now, that's what's going on here. So if you're thinking of voting for this guy, You're going to continue to live in rat holes as they deteriorate, but worse, there'll be no new builds.
Right.
Zero.
Yeah.
So I think he should have, maybe not me, doesn't want to talk to me, no problem.
Well, he doesn't want to talk to you because he can't answer that question. Like,
Well-
there's no answer to the question you just posed to him.
I've got,
that
you
he
know
will
what I
have
want?
for
What I
you.
want to do is sit him down and say, look, I got millions of followers, great American entrepreneurs, families, millions of them. You don't have to go on TV and talk about this. Come on my TV. Let's just record an interview together, and I'll post it, and you explain what you're going to do here to attract capital. And I'm the first $1 million check.
You know,
Kevin O'Leary, when presented with the possibility of 3% lower profits as a corporate landlord, yeah, it's awesome. God. It's the gift that keeps on giving. I'm going to be honest.
25% reduction in costs.
Oh, here.
25% reduction in costs for Thanksgiving between Biden and me, meaning this administration. That's a tremendous number. That's a tremendous. It's the biggest reduction in cost in the history of that chart or whatever it is they do. That they do a synopsis of everything. They cover every element of Thanksgiving meals. 25% down. So I don't want to hear about the affordability because right now we're much less. If you look at energy, we're getting close to $2 a gallon gasoline. With Biden, it was $4.50.
I don't want to hear about affordability.
$5. Another thing, inflation. We had the worst inflation in the history of our country. Now we have virtually no inflation at all. It's down at a very low number and a very normal number. So the affordability is much better with the Republicans. The only problem is the Republicans don't talk about it. And Republicans should start talking about it and use their heads because we have great numbers. We have great, and they're going to only get better. When all these jobs open up, all these factories open up that are being built all over our country. I mean, we are building auto plants. We're building AI plants. We're leading in AI over China and everybody else. When all of these plants start opening, we're going to have a
Everything he said is wrong.
25.
Everything he said is wrong. That's amazing. Like, costs are not down. The country is not more affordable. I guess maybe in some places gas prices are down. That is true. But it hasn't actually led to like prices going down in general. And he is trying to do vibe the vibe session shit. Meanwhile, Scott Bessent has already admitted that there are recessions in certain parts of the economy. I think if this was happening, this much chaos was happening under the Biden administration, Republicans would have had a violent rebellion and killed Joe Biden in the White House. The amount of leeway that our media and our population in general gives to the right wing is fucking crazy. Like, they would not have, don't say that. No, I'm serious. I think they would have literally, first of all, don't say that. Bitch, they did an insurrection. What do you mean? They did an insurrection directed by the guy I'm talking about, and then he became president again. What are you talking about? What do you mean? It's so crazy to say. They did it already. Hello? What the fuck? Did you guys forget? Yes, my voice crack is it's unbelievable what this chat is saying. It's not a fucking call to violence at all. Donald Trump is literally trying to make his fans forget, make his audience, make his voters forget about how much their pockets are hurting. He's not even trying to make sense of this shit. You laugh, you mock, you deride, but in your darkest hours, greedflation will be there when you need it the most. Oh, shit. Yeah, he molested the fuck out of the money. Hasan, you left your bathroom light on? It's fine. Okay, listen to me. Listen to me. I think he's got to get more socialist right now. Trump is like, we got to get socialist right now. We're fucking it up. I have asked the DOJ to immediately begin an investigation in the meatpacking companies who are driving up the price of beef through illicit collusion, price fixing, and price manipulation. We will always protect our American ranchers, and they are being blamed for what is being done by majority foreign-owned meat packers who artificially inflate prices and jeopardize the security of our nation's food supply. Action must be taken immediately to protect consumers, combat illegal monopolies. And, oh my God. Oh my God. My king. My king. My fucking goat. Welcome back, FDR. He's doing it. No kings? How about this is my king? Okay. It turns out if your approval rating dips far enough, you end up you end up doing socialist things, or at least like left populist policies potentially. I don't know, because I have no issue with this. Story goes, Trump sees high beef prices, decides to quadruple Argentine imports, gets condemned by ranchers saying that that's not a problem. After being dog walked, decides to do what the Biden admin was already doing. There's an active collusion lawsuit at the DOJ. Yeah, this is real, by the way. This is not fake. What the hell? What the fuck is happening? This is, guys, chatters, I'm telling you right now, this is, on its own, objectively good policy. It's also objectively good politics. Osborne is also running again for Senate, and this is a main part of his campaign. Yeah, he is literally stealing. He is stealing from our side. What the fuck? Now, I don't know if it's a byproduct of the Overton window shifting, or if it is actually because he realizes that he's losing his grip on power because popularity is in the gutter and he has to do something bold. Okay. I suspect that he will dangle the DOJ lawsuit and go back to the ranchers and be like, drop the prices now. Okay. So that in the interim, there is like a little bit of price adjustment. I assume that's what he will do. Because he's a mafioso, you know? He operates like a Don. So I do not think he is going to actually do this. No, he's making it about foreigners. Yeah, that stuff doesn't matter. He's actually targeting capital here, okay? Foreigner, American, doesn't matter. This is an attack against capital. This is an attack against owners, the ownership class, in one specific sector, in one specific industry, but it's an attack against the ownership class nonetheless, okay? I don't think he will do it. I do not think he will do it for that reason. I think he will threaten to do it in an effort to get some price adjustments out of them. DC changed you, man. Lol. Wait, what? Chatter. There's never been a moment in my life where I have not given credit where credit is due. Whether it's Trump doing it, whether it's anybody else doing it. Okay? I don't think he will follow through on this, but if he did, I would absolutely say that this is a good thing. Now, there's obviously a metric ton of awful shit that he's doing regardless, but this would be a brief moment of respite. You do not come here because you expect me to unconditionally say fuck Donald Trump. I say unconditionally fuck Donald Trump because he does things worthy of that condemnation. But if in the unique moment where he sees the stress, okay, because look, Dan Osborne, Nebraska ranchers deserve a senator who will relentlessly fight for them. Right now, they have a senator who relentlessly fights for JBS, Tyson, Cargill, and National Beef. This is exactly what I've been saying for weeks. Pete Ricketts wrote a strongly worded letter about Argentina, but didn't back any substantive policies that would actually move the needle. David Dayen is 100% correct, as he is always, okay? Trump saw high beef prices, decided to quadruple Argentine imports of beef, gets condemned by ranchers saying that's not the problem. After being dog walked, decides to do what the Biden admin was already doing. There's an active collision lawsuit at the DOJ. Ranchers have been complaining about this shit for years, that beef is a monopoly, okay? They do price collusion at the point of delivery. Like before it even turns into fucking beef. They also do price collusion and corporate consolidation at the point of processing. Yeah, ranchers have long complained about the consolidation of the packing industry, where Tyson Foods opens new tab. Cargill, JBS USA, and National Beef Packing Companies slaughter about 80% of U.S. grain, fattened cattle that are made into steaks, beef roasts, and other meat. Fucking awesome. Now, it's important to address why Trump is doing this once again. And I think he's doing this because he's feeling the full court press. Beef prices are super fucking high. Yeah, More Perfect Union did a video on it. Here, look.
Back in the day, 1 square mile would have as many as 4 different farm families on it. Now, all of a sudden, you have to go 4, 5, or 6 miles to find a farmer. When the farmer leaves the community, or he has no longer a purpose within that community, he not only goes himself, but he also takes the future and the potential future when he moves his family.
Come on, baby. This is Ron Martinson. He lives in Elliott, Iowa, and raises pigs from farrow to finish, or from birth to slaughter. For generations, this is what hog farming looked like in the state of Iowa. But in the last 40 years, Iowa lost 90% of its family farms. That's 40,000 farms that used to look a lot like Ron's. In those same 40 years, the number of hogs that have been raised, slaughtered, and sold has exploded, and the profits made in the hog industry in the state of Iowa has increased by 300%. You don't see that growth in the communities anymore. So where did that money go?
It used to be you drive rural Iowa and you see animals on the land. Now you don't see them, but you smell them.
Hog farms today look a lot more like this. These large metal sheds, called Concentrated Animal Feeding Operations, or CAFOs, have taken their place. And all the profit that sustained farmers' lives went to just 3 companies that now dominate every aspect of the pork industry: Smithfield, JBS, and Tyson. We're going to talk about Tyson because their way of doing business set the standard not only in hog country, but in the entire meat industry. They control 20% of all the pork, beef, and chicken that you buy at the grocery store or get at fast food restaurants, including a lot of brands you might not even know they own. Tyson uses that monopoly power to charge you more and pay farmers less. It's profits off the back of farmers. It's pitted neighbor against neighbor. And Tyson has destroyed not just the economy of Iowa, but the ecology as well.
They're chasing them almighty dollar, but the people who have to live with their creation have to live next to their CAFOs on a daily basis.
Ron's style of farming is the same as his father's. And
this is the billionth video I've seen subtly explaining why capitalism is bad. Can Americans get a clue yet? No. No. As long as there isn't an actual anti-capitalist party that is one of the 2 major parties, Americans will never come to terms with that. They will feel it. They will feel it in their hearts. They will feel it in their bones. And they might even, at times, say they have sympathies towards an alternative, a socialist one, right? But you need party discipline. You need messaging discipline. You need to overcome a century of anti-socialist, anti-communist propaganda. These people realize how fucked up the system is because they live it and they experience it, but they can never come to terms with how the system is designed. As long as they still have their treats at a relatively affordable pace, at a relatively affordable price, they are not going to come to terms with the fact that this is the system that they exist under that is harming them.
Previous generations of farmers before.
We live around here with the idea that we want a pig to be a pig.
On Ron's farm, the lifestyle of a hog goes like this. Sows will gestate for about 4 months.
And that is 3 months, 3 weeks, and 3 days.
Then piglets are born in these small wooden pens. Piglets are weaned from their mothers and spend another few weeks in the field before they're transferred to hoop barns like these.
And they will be there until they're about 180 days of age. And at that time, they will weigh about 295 pounds, and that's when they're harvested.
When CAFO started arriving in the neighboring towns and counties, Ron and his father made the decision not to convert to the industrial model.
First off, it was a significant capital investment, but we also felt that the consequences from that decision were too restricting or too confining, not only in terms of our own financial commitment and our own financial security, but also the overall welfare of the animals.
But he watched neighboring farms shut down and farmers leave the area. Meanwhile, in Hardin County, where Nick Shute lives, the kind of operations that replaced farms like Ron's dot the landscape.
Kept waiting for these facilities to fail, but instead of failing, our way of life failed. There's not a whole lot of us left, us independent hog farmers.
Nick's a farmer too, but his operation has gotten smaller and smaller over the years. His bank tells him he's more like a hobby farmer. Now his neighbors are all industrial farms. Each CAFO houses between 2,500 and 25,000 hogs. 95% of hogs in America are raised in these facilities. But this method of farming is pretty new. It came to Iowa in the 1990s and it grew quickly. This method of meat production is sometimes called chickenization, and there's a reason. It was first pioneered by Tyson Foods in the thousands of chicken.
Dude, every aspect of our lives, like in every part of our lives, our conditions are deteriorating, okay? And it always is a direct consequence of moneyed interest. If someone can actually make larger profit margins, they will inevitably cause the population to come to terms with it, okay? The same goes for the corrosive influence of gambling now in American modern day existence. The same goes for, Saudi Arabia normalizing or sports washing itself. There is nothing we can do to stop this kind of normalization. As long as they have enough money, they can dump boatloads of money, bribe people, and get positive placement in the media, and bribe politicians, and ensure that they end up destroying all of these other small businesses in the region. And in the aftermath of that, you have all of this economic turmoil, people who lose their jobs, people who lose their family farms, and they get angry, and they have a lot of discontent. And if neither party is actually addressing the real harm that they're experiencing, the party that seizes on that anger and changes the attention, shifts the attention back to other red herrings and other marginalized, vulnerable populations that don't have the same defense systems because they don't have money, then you have an increasingly angry and increasingly reactionary electorate that keeps voting for the Republicans over and over and over again.
As they controlled in the South. Don Tyson grew up working with his father, John Tyson, who had a lucrative chicken business that trucked livestock from farms to slaughterhouses in the city. When Don got older, he wanted to expand the operation.
Don Tyson is a remarkable person. Tyson Foods was a relatively large company, but Don turned it literally into a global empire during the course of his life.
The Tyson model was to own every part of the chicken supply chain. They ran feed mills.
Wow. How revolutionary. Oh, you mean vertical integration? Wow, that's never been done before. That's crazy. It's just, this is how you design a monopoly. That's it. That's literally how this works, okay? Brand new idea. There was a time when, you know, the American government had a lot of flaws and a lot of failures, but like, at least they would tackle this shit, okay? There are very famous examples of this. Low-key what Lena Khan was trying to do with the FTC, ironically enough. But this is classic. This is like Econ 101 shit, okay? This is literally what you learn in some of your first classes. Or at least you're supposed to. This is like what the government is supposed to do is trust bust in this circumstance. They're supposed to ensure that a company, one singular company, doesn't own everything from point A to point Z. Okay? Because when they do own the entire thing, they end up dominating the market.
Factories, trucking companies, and when that wasn't enough, they opened their own slaughterhouses. The only thing they didn't own was the farm where chickens were raised and fattened. That they left to the farmer. Instead, they'd sell them the buildings and equipment and then sign a contract to sell the chickens back to Tyson. The farmer is the one who takes out a mortgage for the land, who buys and builds the barns, and who cares for the animals during their short life. This is actually the part of the process where the most can go wrong. Animals packed so tightly together can get sick. Buildings corrode, extreme weather can damage your land or animals. With so many variables, it's the farmer that takes on the most risk. For nearly a century, this vertically integrated system defined the chicken industry. But in the 1990s, hogs were chickenized.
You know, the key to chicken production is concentrating all those animals into one spot. And hogs had never been raised that way before. And so Tyson had to build these hog barns that looked like chicken barns. And
by the way, half of the footage that they're showing here is now illegal to film. Because in the United States of America, despite the fact that we have a First Amendment, that First Amendment is not so free when it comes to ag-gag laws that pertain to incredibly harmful agricultural practices being fucking filmed. For those of you who don't know, it is literally, if you go to a chicken farm of this sort, or if you go to a hog farm of this sort and you try to fucking film it, it's literally illegal.
Figure out how to pack these very large 300-pound mammals into one space and raise them in the same way they raise chickens. And one thing I really need to emphasize, they did this because there was billions of dollars on the table.
Before, hogs were known as mortgage lifters. Farmers would raise other crops and animals, but hogs were always a moneymaker because pork sold for more at the grocery store. In 1992, 97% of farmers were independent. Now 70% of all hogs are sold under contract to buyers like Tyson. By that time, Don Tyson was a billionaire, and he spent most of his time deep-sea fishing or palling around with politicians.
The core DNA of Tyson's business model is that it can go out to massive industrial-scale customers, Walmart, like the grocery chains, and it can promise them consistent high-volume products.
The Colonel's rotisserie gold.
But to do...
Yeah. Ag-gag laws, agricultural gag, are the anti-whistleblower laws that apply to animal agricultural industry, popularized by Mark Bittman in April 2011 in the New York Times column, but used long before then by advocates. The term ag-gag typically refers to state laws in the United States of America that forbid undercover filming or photography of activity on farms with the consent of their owner, particularly targeting whistleblowers of suspected animal rights abuses at these facilities. Although these laws have originated in the United States, they've also begun to appear elsewhere, such as in Australia and Canada. Another wonderful way that we export our brain rot and export our corruption to other countries. Supporters of ag-gag laws have argued that they serve to protect the agriculture industry from the negative repercussions of exposés by whistleblowers. The proliferation of ag-gag laws have been criticized by various groups, arguing that the laws are intended primarily to censor animal rights abuses by the agriculture industry from the public, to create a chilling effect in reporting of these violations, and violate the right of freedom of speech. A number of U.S. ag-gag laws have been overturned as violations of the First Amendment of the U.S. Constitution. Pigs and Israel.
Tyson needs to control every element of what's happening on the farm.
Farmers invest a lot in these buildings. To start a CAFO, farmers will take out hundreds of thousands of dollars in debt for land and for structures built to Tyson's specification.
And if they don't comply, they're shit out of luck, no pun intended.
With all that debt and with structures meant for hogs, it makes it difficult for them to leave the business or to convert to a different type of operation.
It really was a true corporate takeover. Tyson created a closed, contract-controlled system, and it destroyed the open and competitive system.
Ron is able to survive because he contracts with a specialty market called Nyman Ranch, a subsidiary of Purdue that he sells hogs to at a premium, as much as 44% above what conventional producers can get. Any hog that Ron doesn't sell to Nyman, he takes to the local auction in Red Oak. The auction used to be a bustling hub for the community farmers. Now, less than 2% of hogs are sold on the open market.
There isn't another thing like this for a great distance around me. Even within the last 15, 20 years, they have gone from hog buying stations in every county to few and far between, and a lot of folks have been forced to just take them to a weekly sale barn.
You know, there's just not as many auctions around because it's a kind of a dying breed anymore. The big boys, like your confinement and your hog deals, you know, they're all more direct. They're just a lot less competition than what we used to be.
As more farmers...
Anyway, so that's a good way to understand the problem. What is this?
Let me read you a quote that AOC said last night when asked about you not endorsing Mamdani. She said, "The Democratic Party cannot last much longer by denying the future, by trying to undercut our young, by trying to undercut a next generation of diverse and upcoming Democrats that the actual electorate and voters support."
Listen,
what do you say to that?
I'm moving forward. This morning I talked with Mayor-elect Mamdani. We had a very, very good conversation. We said that we cared about New York City and that we look forward to working together to help the city and improve the city. I congratulated him on running a very, very good campaign. And the issue that he is stressed is being stressed by Democrats across the country, from one end of America to the other, the high costs that the Trump administration is imposing on us and their failure to do anything about it.
Hasan confronted.
What the fuck? Hasan confronts media weirdo following him around Zoran's party. Damn, this popped off. She was on News Nation the next day talking about how she was considering taking off her Star David necklace when she was at Mamdani's victory party because she didn't feel safe. She's such a vile person. Damn, this got fucking 300,000 views. Okay, we're popping. Let's see what Unc said.
Anyway, I literally put that article on as one of my favorite articles anytime someone asks. I'm a media demon. Of course I'm familiar with the free press. I do media. No, I'm not a free presser. I do media criticism as a part of my job. So of course I'm familiar with the free press. What? Yeah, only for that one specific article. But nice to meet you.
Can she not tell? Okay. I'll tell you what I find. Go ahead. You start.
No, can she not tell that he hates her, like, or that he's joking?
She doesn't care.
It's just...
No, put it back up. Because I know I notice weird things about these things, but it's because I have spent so much of my life videotaping myself in one fashion or another that I become hyper conscious of these things. She knows where the camera is. She wants to capture that she is on with Hasan. And you can see she's not looking at him. She's cheating halfway to camera to open up like her like look at like she's looking at his shoulder.
She was apparently shadowing him the whole night, by the way.
But
like
this
she's
is
writing
what
an article.
This is what she desperately wanted was this video thing and to make sure that her face is out there. So she's doing everything she can to like cheat to the camera. You can sort of see it. It's bizarre.
It's so weird. And I never...
This is also the woman who, like, when she was doing the John Oliver thing, was like...
I know her
eyeline.
Yeah,
it was very weird.
Her eyeline was insane.
I mean, what is always striking, and I know you've said this before, like, when you get in... You're in a room with people that you've disagreed with or, like, really criticize, how 95% of the time people like treat it like a game and they're shocked that you don't like want to talk to them or I mean that was the whole Tim Pool thing.
Yeah.
Why would I want to hang out with you and you do have sushi?
Sushi and boys.
And that's what I just like. I mean, the cravenness of somebody obviously to write an article of genocide denial. I mean, not much needs to be said, but it emblematic in like even just smiling or like even trying to interact with him at all. You tried to smear him. You called him a terrorist supporter. Yeah. Get out of his face. Like have some fucking, at least, I don't know.
According to Adam
Dignity.
Friedland, when she ran into him, she said, "I thought you'd be taller."
Oh, devastating.
So she was just trying to neg all these.
What a stand-up lady.
Damn, Emma's
a replacement level talent. Like this is their best. They got Barry Weiss and this person.
Emma's got smoke.
They're like failing upwards in our media, like ran by Larry Ellison. It's pretty embarrassing.
Didn't the guy from that London paper that got fooled by the wrong Bill de Blasio, wasn't he a Free Press alum as well?
You know what? I think you're right. Let me double check.
Yes. I think that's true.
Great editorial standards over there.
An exclusive.
Oh yeah, we got chaos on the wait, what is this? How it started, how it's going. All your liberal tears make me happy. Wake up and take the L and get ready for many more. He won, period. Get over it. I absolutely love how he takes up so much space in your heads rent free. We did it. Trump 2024, real Donald Trump. Welcome to my president. Crying tears of joy. God bless President Donald Trump. How it's going. At POTUS, at Secretary of War. My husband's in the Texas National Guard and is not being paid while he's working. This is a disgrace to our country. I recently got laid off from my private sector job, and now we have no income. We are desperate. I've never been in this position before. Please help us. You want to know what's crazy? Yeah, fell for it again award, except like... Fell for it again award, except she'll still probably vote for the Republicans. Obviously, elections are won not by people who are just, never going to change their worldview and they're going to consistently vote against their best interests. But that doesn't mean you shouldn't, try and win over people to the best of your ability, right? Because all you need is the majority or the plurality, right? You need the plurality. So even if you can't win that person, there are definitely others who are more malleable. There are definitely others who are more charitable to your position, and you should. Okay? You should do your very best. Anyway, Hakeem Jeffries tried to fold on the shutdown, but it didn't work really because the Republicans said no. All right, let's get to the... All right, I want to do two things. I want to do the white nationalist clash that's taking place in the Republican Party right now, which is awesome. And it's a real, like, what did you think was going to fucking happen moment. And then we'll do the Eric Adams gets interviewed by Z-Way, which is on the docket. Do not worry. I've been waiting to watch this real bad. My mayor, America's mayor, the real America's mayor.
Investigation revealing the fierce backlash within the GOP against Tucker Carlson for his interview with controversial white nationalist and Holocaust denier Nick Fuentes. So now this controversy is rocking one of America's most influential conservative groups, the Heritage Foundation, which helped create Project 2025. Kevin Roberts is the president of Heritage, and he is in damage control. I mean, initially he defended Carlson's interview. It was an interview that drew bipartisan outrage over comments like this.
And I think that neoconservatism, where does it arise from? It arises from Jewish leftists who were mugged by reality when they saw the surprise attack in the Yom Kippur War.
Yeah, well, that's a lot of it for sure. But then, like, how do you explain Mike Huckabee, Ted Cruz, and there are a lot like that, John Bolton. I mean, I've known them all, George W. Bush, like Karl Rove. I mean, all people I know personally who I've seen, like, be seized by this brain virus, and they're not Jewish.
What you're saying about putting aside the tribal interest for the corporate interest,
Yes.
That's absolutely the case. The main challenge to that, a big challenge to that, is organized Jewry in America.
So Roberts now says that he was wrong to defend Carlson over that interview.
Organized Jewry in America. Okay. Which way, Western man? Okay, you got Nick Fuentes over here being like, no, America is primarily invested in Israel because of the organized Jewry. And you got me on the other side saying, no, if every single American Jew became magically anti-Zionist overnight, America would still continue to defend Israel. Okay? Now, the pro-Israel advocacy network that masquerades as a Jewish advocacy network, because it's not, does it actually have tremendous amounts of influence? Of course it does. Of course it does. Does that also have a way in priming a lot of people into firmly committing to Israel's existence, no matter how violent it may get? Yes, it does. But I'm always going to be first and foremost, I'm always going to analyze the situation first and foremost from the perspective of imperialism and from a materialist framework. Okay? The entire reason as to why, for example, there is only one marginalized group's advocacy network that has institutional, like significant institutional power as opposed to others, even if other marginalized groups actually experience systematic racism, for example, is not because Americans by and large think Jews are magic people and they need to have a special place in American society, or because they're hypnotized by the organized Jewry, as Nick Fuentes is claiming. It's because it suits the purpose of the State Department in its endless desire to attach itself and fund the state of Israel as a destabilizing, unsinkable aircraft carrier in a resource-rich region. That is the major reason as to why the advocacy networks even exist, or it is a major reason as to why those advocacy networks have any sort of institutional prowess, any sort of institutional influence to begin with. This is why I brought up the example of, like, you know, systemic racism against black people that very much exists, and in a way where no such comparable marginalization in contemporary society exists for Jews, right? There is no comparison. If you were to try and make this comparison, people will fucking laugh at you, right? People are like, what the fuck are you talking about? This doesn't mean that anti-Semitism does not exist. It does. But at the systemic level, there is, especially now, no institutional anti-Semitism. There used to be. I mean, Jews were pushed away from going and getting higher education. Like, there were definitely instances in American history in our not so distant past where Jews did experience systemic discrimination. It doesn't exist right now. It doesn't, like, that doesn't mean that there isn't marginalization in the form of, like, individual acts of racism, anti-Semitism specifically. It does. That is real. 100%. But Jews are white. By and large, Jews are seen as white people in this country. Okay? Just as there are no systemic forms of discrimination against Irish people or even Catholic people nowadays, okay? When those sorts of systematic forms of discrimination certainly existed for Catholic people, existed for Irish people, existed for Italian people, Jews are functionally white in this country, okay? That's it. And yet, even when it comes down to the Republican Party, they have this incredibly strange attitude where they go, you can make fun of everybody, you can undermine every person, except for white people. Don't do that too much. But you can, like, DEI, we're anti-DEI except for Jews. That's basically the way that the Republicans have presented it to the broader public. State-mandated, forcible wokeness against anti-Semitism, and basically state-mandated, forcible racism for everybody else. The reason for that is because anti-Semitism is wielded as a weapon, cynically, by people who want to defend Israel. Okay? That's it. That's it. That's the only reason why there is a special status for this. If Israel wasn't seen by those in positions of power in this country, Jews and non-Jews alike, as a profoundly important foothold in the Middle East, nobody would give a shit about anti-Semitism, just like they don't give a shit about, anti-black racism, anti-brown racism, Islamophobia, blah, blah, blah. Okay? That's it.
Nazi.
Now, having said that, Nick Fuentes is an anti-Semite. He's a Holocaust denier. He's an anti-Semite. That's just the truth, And what is now taking place within the Republican Party's ranks is that because they have basically trained an entire generation of Republicans to despise every group that doesn't fit the in-group identity. The inevitability, of these guys also becoming anti-Semitic was right there for anyone to see. Of course they were going to be anti-Semitic too. Why the fuck wouldn't they? You kept saying everyone is fucking woke, and you kept leaning in to destroying wokeness. You said everyone was experiencing suicidal empathy. Why wouldn't those guys inevitably turn around and say, you know who's actually responsible for this? Organized Jewry. Because that's what they've always said. This is like, I talk about this all the time with respect to liberalism in general. Liberalism has this good bad dynamic. There are good people and then there's evil people, right? There's this weird moralization of people's actions under liberalism that doesn't exist under a materialist analysis of the world that Marxists abide by. Okay? And ultimately, that means there's always going to be a need for an outgroup. And that outgroup has historically been Jews. This is the reason for pogroms. This was always the reason the blood libel was always an inevitability that Jews would be outcast, seen as permanent outsiders. Okay? And the most extremist version of that was obviously, aside from Tsarist Russia, was Nazi Germany. Bro's just saying shit at this point. Oh man, if only you could have the capacity to understand what I'm describing to you, because I'm kicking game right now. Okay? If only. Historically, every conspiracy needs to have a primary villain, a group of people that are outsiders, that are responsible, that are the shadowy puppet masters. And historically, that group of people has always been Jews. So it is additionally insane that conservative Jews that work within the confines of the Republican Party, whether it be neocons or whether it be, Mark Levin, David Horowitz, who obviously died recently, Ben Shapiro and the like, thought that this wasn't an inevitability. Okay? You said liberal and he thought you meant Democrats? No. I mean liberalism as a political theory. Jewish people have always been historically the popular scapegoat. When material conditions collapse, people turn around and blame the Jews. This has been the case. Shut the fuck up. Hasan, you fucking loser. Kill yourself. Cry more, Hamas Piker. October 7. October 7 lever. Just admit you spread misinformation, law. Luffy Lamau. Hey, King. Hey, King. How does it feel that the entire world, the overwhelming majority of even the Western world, realized that I wasn't spreading misinformation at all and now agree with me? How does that feel, brother? That's gotta hurt. Give it a couple more years. You'll realize that I'm one of your last remaining allies. If trends continue the way that they do, you'll be coming in here once again to be like, I am so fucking sorry. Well, I don't think you'll be around to see it because now that we realize that you said fucking kill yourself, you'll probably get a site-wide ban, but you had a great combo with the same about this exact same thing in 42 minutes.
Wants you to say, but that basically the Republican.
Oh yeah, rise of Jewish hatred in the media landscape. Anyway, the point is, shut the fuck up, Hasan, loser. Fuck you, kill yourself. Cry more, Hamas Piker. So, there's always a need to wrap this worldview that operates on good, bad dynamics with primary villains. Okay? Like the people responsible for it. The Marxist opinion on this, the Marxist analysis on this dictates that people's class positions unite the capital owning class to operate alongside their class interests. The liberal position, the capitalist position, has no way of addressing why so many wealthy people operate the way that they do, so they look for alternative villains. Nick is the best. Nick is the GOAT. Okay. Sure, buddy. This is why the liberal position, if left unexamined, if left unaddressed, especially if the average person who considers themselves to be liberal or, the average capitalist is not educated on any sort of Marxist alternative, any sort of materialist analysis, will inevitably try to make sense of all of the harm that they're experiencing, especially in times of unique economic hardship. And opportunists, fascist opportunists, reactionary fascist opportunists like Nick Fuentes, will take advantage of that anxiety and turn around and position the historical outgroup that has consistently been vilified, at least under the Christian tradition, the Jews, as the primary group of people that is responsible for everything. Okay? That's it.
You better be careful. Because if I'm a Nazi, then there's millions of young people that are following a fucking Nazi. So you better be careful about those words. You're saying I'm a Nazi, I'm a monster. There's a million monsters then. There's a million Nazis out there then. Because they love my show and they agree with me way more than they agree with you. And they're pissed off.
How's he still doing this? I'm not a Nazi bit? No, he's not doing it. He's basically saying, like, what are you going to do about it? I don't think he's saying that he's not a Nazi. I think he's saying that, you don't know what's coming. He's gloating.
And they'll follow me into battle. So you better be real careful. You're barking up the wrong tree with that.
Yeah. Anyway, the Grobers were mad at Ted Cruz calling him a Nazi, of course, because the term, the Nazi moniker is still met with a lot of resistance by broader society. That's why neo-Nazis try to hide their power level. That's why Nazis try to only do subtle winks and nods, and sometimes not so subtle winks and nods towards what they actually are and what they represent. He's not hiding it well. Just a couple days ago, where is the lie? Fuentes, Jews are running society. Women need to shut the fuck up. Blacks need to be in prison for the most part, and we would live in paradise. But I'm sure I'm taking this out of context, right? Where is the lie? His fans fully understand the situation and are also now tweeting out screenshots of their woke lib parent texts asking them if they like Nick. The only difference with the original Nazis is that they were ex-militaries from World War I, while in his case, it's mostly virgin incels afraid of going outside. Yeah, but the more we spend time online, the more damage you can fucking do. Own your fucking mom, dude. Time to stand up to that bitch. Time to stand my ground, says Johnny Football. So you follow/listen to Nick Fuentes? Yes. That's sick, bro. Fucking sick. I just own my mom in the marketplace of ideas. That bitch. Yeah. No more nap time. Yeah, my bitch ass mom, dude. The problem is, like I said, you don't know who you're talking to on the internet. You don't know their background. In many instances, you just have no idea who the fuck you're talking to. So the difference between, like, in this moment, you can kind of get a better understanding of who this person is. But they obviously could present themselves as like yet another person. And when you have a fuck ton of losers who spend every waking moment indoors, for example, online, you can have motion online. And unfortunately, the more we spend time online, the more we greatly overemphasize what kind of motion people like Nick Fuentes have. Even if in the real world, most people will be like, what the fuck are you talking about? Shut up. The current crisis at the Heritage has been a long time in the making, a deep dive into the history of right-wing anti-Zionism and anti-Semitism. This is a useful genealogy of right-wing anti-Zionism, but searching for a respectable America First anti-Zionism in 2025 is a bit like searching for a respectable liberal Zionism. Those voices exist, but they are few and far between, and swimming against the dominant current. In theory, you may be able to pluck the Amcon brand of anti-Zionism out from the morass of conspiracism and revanchism in which it swims. In practice, it is inseparable. I agree. One of the funniest aspects of this that a lot of people don't understand is that because this movement is primarily online, you do sometimes end up seeing these unique voices in the real world. And the example I will, of course, point to is the two different groypers that Sneeko caught outside of the Zohran Mamdani rally. One was a brown dude, a Muslim brown dude, and the other one was Mexican. Both were brown. Both were Nick Fuentes acolytes. That to me is a testament of how extremely online this movement is. Sneeko himself is an ally of Nick Fuentes. He also happens to be fucking Haitian and Filipino. And now also Muslim. He reverted to Islam as well. Oh, he said he's leaving the red pill. New Griff now? He says it's not really about masculinity. It's insecurity projected into the camera. No shit. I've been saying that for fucking years. No shit. All right, where is the fucking... Where you gotta find that clip of Sneeko encountering the two different groypers. I think it was like outside. It was in New York. He was fiending at the Zohran victory party. I don't think he was allowed in. Yeah, look this.
Way, bro. Yo, you got it. Yo, you ballsy with that fucking hat, nigga. Wait, yo.
I love your
This guy's
content.
fucking ballsy. Wait, what's your name, bro? Armando.
Yeah.
Are you Mexican?
I'm descendant, yeah.
You're a Mexican goiper, bro.
Just like Nick Fuentes.
Yo, you're gonna make this shit hot, bro. Get the fuck away from me, nigga.
What do you say? What do you say to this guy, bro? What do you say? Why does he caught them like they were fish? Brother, this is the most, like, another moment of vindication here. This is something that I've been talking about quite a bit. This is an extremely online movement, okay? Because if you are a white nationalist and you're organizing in the fucking real world, okay? If you're a white nationalist, you're organizing in the real world, after the 8th meeting, you'd be like, dog, everyone here is Mexican. What the fuck's going on? There is no better example that the Groyper movement is just an extremely online phenomenon than this. Okay? You think at the Klans meet, if after the 8th meeting, they realized that half the dudes were Guatemalan, half the dudes were fucking Muslim, that they wouldn't be like, what the fuck are we doing here? Like, here, this is the other guy. Look, he finds another one.
What was that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Umma power, bro.
What?
Umma power.
Okay, for sure. You said Umma power?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. You're Muslim?
Yeah.
Oh, salam alaikum. I never heard that before. I was just trying to...
You've never heard the word Ummah before? Okay, anyway.
Yeah. It's what makes us. Like Umma power.
Another Groyper?
Yeah. Wang half.
Yeah, he says Wang half, which is white ass N-word. Having a, what, I forget what it was. I don't know. That's like their little call sign. What is it? Oh, going hard as fuck. White ass N-word going hard as fuck. That's what that means. I don't need to learn that. Well, now you did. You know quite a bit, boss. Bitch, this is my fucking job. Of course. I am literally the fucking doctor of racism. Why the fuck do you question me? Okay? I know everything about racism. I have a PhD in white supremacy. But yeah, this dude is, you think you're Dr. Anus? Yeah, Dr. Anus is a singular force in this chat.
What? Niggas is multiplying. We a Mexican Groyper. What are you, Pakistani?
No.
What are you?
I'm like from the Middle East side, like the upper side.
What?
Yeah.
What is that? The upper Middle East?
Yeah. I'm not gonna dox myself, but in that region.
Remember when I said one FIFA streamer came swinging at you over the Kaya stuff, and then I found out he likes Fuentes? He's Mexican-American too. His parents are fully Mexican. Brother, I mean, what do you expect? You got mad Hispanic dudes who fucking voted for Donald Trump. Why is it that crazy that a bunch of Mexican dudes on the internet found themselves following the gospel of Nick Fuentes? People are fucking desperate for a sense of community, and they want to be entertained, and they just kind of lean into this shit. At first, I think they get a response from what they have. They get a response from like the powerful entity in this is in their lives. In many instances, is school if you're young, right, or your parents, and it's about like pissing them off, right? Oh yeah, I'm getting a response out of them. And all of these like rule creators in your lives are somewhat liberal, okay? Because they want you to be raised right. They don't want you to be a fucking shithead, okay? And the more you prime your brain into this kind of reactionary politics, because you're getting a lot of negative responses out of people, the more you feel like a rule breaker, okay? The more you find yourself in this fucking community, you're like, ooh, I'm breaking rules. Wait, Dr. Anus's father is in the chat? Hi, Hasan. I was told my son came in here earlier starting trouble. I just wanted to apologize for his behavior. He's normally a good kid. I think he had a tough day at the hospital. Please do not ban him. As he really loves your streams. Yes. Dr. Anuz, your dad's in here. Paging Dr. Anuz. Where you at? Here we go again. Hasan talking down on Hispanics when the majority of them don't think this way. Brother, I'm just using Hispanic people as an example right now, okay? Because, well, for two reasons. Number one, because it's like very obviously incredibly contradictory, okay? Because it's a movement that wants to eradicate them from the U.S. state, nation-state boundaries. And two, because we just saw a Mexican groyper. Oh. Also, the main guy is Mexican. Like, Nick Fuentes is literally Mexican. So, should we not address that contradiction? The entire point of what I'm trying to explain here is that, like, this movement, by and large, has become incredibly diverse. And the reason why it has the capacity to be incredibly diverse is because it's primarily online. Okay? That's it. This is proof that this is an extremely online movement. How do you not understand that? Because it's so inherently contradictory.
You got Wang Hass from the upper Middle East. Nick, what did you do? What did that Tucker interview do, man?
It's Wang Hap, bro. I was way before Wang Hap than Tucker.
For sure, man. That's what's up. That's what's up, dude. I feel like, bro, it's peace, man. Assalamu alaikum. Is this real life? Like, what the fuck is happening?
I do think, I'm going to be honest with you, I do think this shit's a wave. I think it's just like the fucking previous wave of Gamergate. Every wave creates like some of the more resilient, long-standing soldiers of this movement, right? Just like you see those fucking loser-ass, like 45-year-old video game commentary dipshits who still are just like, meh, constantly crying about titties and video games and whatnot. But the overwhelming majority of the fucking fan base inevitably grows out of this kind of shit. I also still believe that the overwhelming majority of people who are like, I'm a griper, I'm a Nazi, like the ones that are running around right now, primarily young people, are eventually going to fucking grow out of it. But that doesn't mean that the movement doesn't grow. It does. With every wave, there's still a bunch of fucking hanger-ons that stick around and actually become, permanent soldiers of this kind of cause, this kind of movement, right? But it's especially established on shaky ground when, half of the people that got your TikTok clips are like not even a part of the in-group, that are a part of the out-group that is supposed to be destroyed, ethnically cleansed. They'll unironically be in here asking for free healthcare and safety nets when their parents get tired of their shit and throw them out. That too, but like, there are people in this community that also found themselves in the throes of this like right-wing algorithm. Okay? There were people who used to watch Ben Shapiro videos. There were people who watched Steven Crowder videos. There were people who watched like whatever the OG version of Nick Fuentes was on the internet, like Stefan Molnier, Milo Yiannopoulos, shit like that. And they fucking grew out of it, and they realized that was embarrassing. Part of that is because they found someone like myself. In many circumstances, because they're like, yeah, I grew out of that shit. It was really stupid because I started watching you and I was like, this is dumb as fuck. Yeah, Jordan Peterson, Joe Rogan. Even though Joe Rogan is still very much around and still very much about a part of that same pipeline. It is what it is, and I do think that a lot of people will, grow out of that. Yeah, Richard Spencer. In some instances, you just gotta fucking wait it out, But some people don't. Some people don't grow out of it. If you look at my user card messages, it perfectly proves this. 23-month subscriber. What, like when you were initially in here, you used to talk shit and then you became a head? Damn, bro, you chat way too much for me to fucking go all the way up. Talking about gamers rise up. Cops need more money for better training. Bitch, you haven't said nothing in here. How is it that we can allow these clowns who don't even know how much any common thing costs tell us that we can't/don't deserve $2,000 checks? You fucking debated me. Use the middle mouse button. It doesn't always work. Baited you into reading about gaming? Yeah, I see that. Okay, stop. I keep reading the same shit. Anyway, I do still believe that these guys will grow out of it, okay? They will. But it'll take some time. And it's really fucking annoying in the process. But in the meantime, let's take a look at what the fuck's going on at the Heritage Foundation. The little gropers keep finding themselves breaking these rules,
But maybe it is too late. I mean, Republican after Republican are now calling out both Carlson and Heritage, including Republican Congressman Randy Fine, who is Jewish.
When widely respected.
Oh no! Don't bring out this guy, brother. Don't bring out this guy. I mean, like, yeah, Nazis are fucking gross. Neo-Nazis are gross and evil, but this guy is just the Jewish version of that. Like, what are we talking about? This is something that I try to stress to people all the time. It's like, I fucking hate Nazis. It doesn't matter if someone is a anti-Semitic Nazi or a Jewish Nazi, Randy Fine is quite literally a Nazi, but Jewish. He is a fascist. He is a primary supporter of Israel. He has advocated for Israel's genocide to continue. Like, what are we talking about? Fuck this guy. I don't give a shit about this guy. It's ridiculous. Yeah. Okay, Nick Fuentes is a bigot. Why is Ben Shapiro not the same exact thing? Why is no one calling to cancel Shapiro or Randy Fine? Fine thinks Israel has a right to murder their Muslim neighbors. I think that's worse than anything Fuentes has said. Why the double standard? He's fucking cooking. He's cooking. It's true. Because, like, why do we hate Nazis, right? Why do we hate fascists? Okay? The reason why we hate fascists is, or the reason why we consider fascism to be dangerous is because we know what happens when it's left unaddressed, right? Because the most extreme version of like fascist policies in action is the Holocaust, right? Well, okay, Israeli fascists are doing the modern version of Holocaust. And we got their loudest fucking advocates amongst us all the time, chirping non-fucking stop. So in that regard, one dude is trying to restore the old guard version of Nazism. And so far, I guess his advocacy's death toll is like, I don't know, however many fucking school shootings that his fans have conducted. But Randy Fine's advocacy literally revolves around Israel, which has more numbers on the board in contemporary society. And yet, we look at Randy Fine as a perfectly valid, perfectly normal citizen and a normal part of American society. My advocacy is fuck Nick Fuentes, but we should also understand that people like Ben Shapiro and people like Randy Fine are exactly like Nick Fuentes. And we should treat them in a similar way. We should be like, yeah, you're out of your fucking mind. You're literally a conductor and defender of the modern Holocaust. It's ridiculous.
Sort of thought leaders like Tucker Carlson go insane because that's what he has become. People start to believe it. We ended our relationship with Heritage. We're working with many Jewish groups that have ended their relationship with Heritage. And really I have to do is talk to my colleagues, because the biggest issue we have with Tucker Carlson is people remember the Tucker Carlson of 5 years ago. That's what makes him so dangerous.
K-Files' Andrew Kaczynski is now out front. And Andrew, I mean, this is all fascinating. And I sort of saw it percolating on X a little while ago, and it just got bigger. And you know, when you can start to tell something is metastasizing in the social media world, and it appeared to be. So you've been talking to a lot of people within the Heritage Foundation. What are they saying?
That's right, Aaron. So the staff that we talked to told us the Heritage Foundation is in open revolt over the president's defense of Carlson. One senior staffer told us it was a, quote, absolute shit show inside the organization, saying that Roberts had, quote, lost control over the organization. He said there's an open rebellion, and this really all came to a head yesterday, where they had this all-hands meeting. This, like you said, this was kind of going around social media, where Roberts publicly apologized. According to a recording we obtained, Roberts told employees, quote, I made a mistake. I let you down. I let this institution down. I'm sorry, period, full stop. But he also made clear he has no plans to resign. Now, we also obtained messages between senior Heritage staff earlier in the week where they were discussing this situation. I want people to look at some of these messages that we looked at. One of them described the workplace as, quote, flailing and in damage control. Another said, this makes me sad and mad, in a comment to another top level staffer. One senior staffer reposted a colleague saying, this crap is really hurting Heritage, and added, as it should. Another wrote, I'm disgusted by this, and I don't understand how this premeditated and orchestrated response that's talking about the initial Roberts video could come out of one of the biggest think tanks in the world. The source who provided this to us basically said they didn't want these names to be identified for fear of retaliation. And Aaron, this backlash is not just limited to the staff of Heritage, it's also reaching the foundation's donors. One major donor whose organization contributes more than $500,000 annually to Heritage Foundation told us that they had totally lost faith in Roberts. You can see their quote right there. They said, I'm waiting to see how things play out, but if Kevin remains as president, we will not be giving to Heritage. Likewise, the Zionist Organization of America, that's actually the oldest pro-Israel group in the United States, announced that it was withdrawing from Heritage's initiative on anti-Semitism unless Roberts publicly apologize and retract his praise for Carlson. Now, current and former staff that we spoke to, they really say this is part of an identity crisis that's at Heritage. It's pitting the longtime policy experts, people who have been there.
It's so crazy that it's like, it's different flavors of fascism. That's it. Just in, the Trump administration asked the Supreme Court to stop by 9:30 tonight the court orders requiring payment of full November SNAP benefits. Wait, what? Hilarious that Greenblatt is still literally the last guy. He's still ranting about protecting Jews in New York. Yeah. Kevin Roberts made everybody mad. It's just incredible how much Kevin Roberts and by extension Heritage have managed to piss everyone off in just over 1 week. All thanks to a 2-minute video. Nick Fuentes last night. Kevin Roberts.
Kevin Roberts. We're going to fight for these young guys. Yeah, well, you lost them after your apology, cuck. Nobody respects you and nobody respects Heritage. You're finished. Just a matter of time. Just wait.
I cannot believe how much prestige this motherfucker got for being anti-Israel for years due to his anti-Semitic position. Like, it's not like he's anti-Israel because he loves the Palestinians that are being slaughtered. You know, he doesn't give a fuck about them at all. He hates Muslims. And depending on his career ambitions, he might even hate Muslims more than he hates Jews, right? Like,
years for this newer crop of Roberts, of operatives that actually came in under Roberts in 2021.
I mean, it's amazing. Heritage used to be, okay, you would go there for economic papers and you go, for traditional, more conservative, small government. Right now, it's become this very, very different thing, Project 2025 and on, right?
yeah, by the way, the funniest thing about Heritage being like, we got to be more Nazi, actually, is that they literally wrote Project Esther, which I warned about, which the Trump administration was following when they tried to deport Mahmoud Khalil and Mohsen Mahdawi and many others. They wrote Project Esther. That's their thing. And I told you back then, this shit has nothing to do with anti-Semitism, obviously. Former Heritage Foundation official straight up admits that Project Esther was designed to contradict and rebut and silence people who say Israel's committing a genocide.
Were the key factors that led your organization to decide to cut ties and withdraw?
Well, if one looks at the video from Kevin Roberts, the head of the Heritage Foundation from last week, he said he would back Tucker Carlson and Heritage would in all situations, would never disavow him. But after he set up a straw man and demonized Jews, those who were protesting Tucker Carlson's speech, as if they were a venomous coalition out to get Tucker. Tucker is obviously the one being venomous in this situation. If you look at the people he's now bringing on his show and the things he is saying himself, when he talks about Israel committing genocide in Gaza,
So is the Heritage Foundation anti-Semitic now? Yeah, there's always been anti-Semites on the right. It's just that there's a level of anti-Semitism that's permissible as long as you're pro-Israel. And the problem here is that the anti-Semites, the most visible anti-Semites now on the right, are also anti-Israel. That's the fucking issue. That is the Candace Owens dynamic. Ben Shapiro, who is Jewish and very pro-Israel, hired Candace Owens knowing full well that she was anti-Semitic. But at the time that Candace Owens was hired by Ben Shapiro, she also happened to be pro-Israel. Post-October 7, Candace Owens saw whichever way the wind was blowing and realized, oh, I shouldn't just be anti-Semitic, I should also be anti-Israel. That's when she got fired. Okay? And the same goes for a lot of these folks. It's not their anti-Semitism that's a problem. From the perspective of a lot of these people, it's actually their anti-Zionism, or not even anti-Zionism, but just like anti-Israel. Their anti-Israel position, born out of their anti-Semitism, that's a problem. For many of these guys, for a very long time, they just basically would try to use the anti-Israel position to hide their anti-Semitism, right? And maybe some of them were also genuinely anti-Israel. However, the anti-Israel position became a popular one, right? It became the popular position in the independent circles. And while all of the stupid fucking liberal adjacent advocacy groups like the ADL were focusing on people like myself, these guys were just running amok. They were putting numbers on the board. And they could even present their previous deplatforming as proof that they were earnest, as a proof of their honesty. To say, look, I've been deplatformed everywhere because I was saying the truth. Not just saying the truth about Israel, but saying the truth about Jews. That's the reason why Nick Fuentes became so popular in the aftermath of the collective consciousness shifting on Israel. I think for a while, the reason why they didn't really handle neo-Nazis after October 7 was because they could always point to neo-Nazis to discredit the entire movement, right? They could just be like, you see, this is how the anti-Zionist movement is. They say they hate Israel, but they actually hate Jews. Look at some of the more popular figureheads in the anti-Israel movement. If they thought they could isolate the anti-Zionists who are simply anti-Israel but not anti-Semitic and deplatform them, then all that would remain would be these like weird, random anti-Semitic people. But the problem is they miscalculated. All of these advocacy groups, they miscalculated. They didn't think that like people would actually turn against Israel. So when all of the prominent voices, many of which on the right, became like some of the few popular critics of Israel, that ended up making people not just anti-Israel, but also anti-Jewish as well. If you learned about Israel's Holocaust from the likes of Tucker Carlson or the likes of, fucking Nick Fuentes or Candace Owens, and not from someone like me, then yeah, you of course were like, yeah, also it's the Jews. Yeah, and this was the method for the longest time. Look, in 2015, at Ann Coulter, tweets regarding Jews, awful, nonsensical. But Ann Coulter is also super pro-Israel and always has been so I won't lose sleep.
Is joining the very forces that Project Esther is supposed to be designed to contradict and rebut and silence. Now he's realizing that, yes, Tucker Carlson says things that are honestly and truly evil against the Jewish community, and we cannot pretend that there's this idea of, no enemies on the right. That's great for political partisans, but if you're out there promoting values, and especially Jewish values, like we do as a Jewish organization, we're called Coalition for Jewish Values. We cannot pretend to be partisan. If we're going to call out Ilhan Omar or Rashida Tlaib, we're going to call out Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Two people that have never said anything anti-Semitic. Versus a woman who has literally said Jews have space lasers that they did wildfires with. Brother, at a certain point, you got to realize that you are the reason. You are the fucking reason. You're doing it. You took valid critiques of Israel and you slammed it with ridiculous statements about Jews, and you put it all together, and now you're going, oh, how did anti-Semitism explode? You did it. You made the sandwich, bro. It's the Subway meme. My brother in Christ, you made the sandwich. The fuck are you talking about? You literally wouldn't give any fucking room for people to breathe and be like, this is fucked up. Who is Ilhan Omar? Ilhan Omar. But do you see what I mean? If you fucking constantly hit the this is anti-Semitic, we must deplatform line against all criticism of Israel, then yeah, when more people fucking criticize Israel because they start realizing what Israel's fucking up to, and Israel's popularity is sinking, and you still think you can call all criticism of Israel invalid and anti-Semitic, then people are going to go, okay, I guess I'm fucking anti-Semitic. In this day and age, at this stage, the only place where that kind of attitude and that kind of narrative is still kept under wraps is basically mainstream media and, to a certain degree, Congress. Okay? Anti-Semitism has lost its like institutional power. In normal places in society, people are dropping anti-Semitic shit left and fucking right. And a big part of that is quite literally because you wouldn't give any fucking space for people to criticize Israel when Israel is worthy of criticism. It's incredibly worthy of criticism. It's fucking crazy. And they're still doing it. They're still like, Zohran Mamdani is anti-Semitic. Motherfucker, it's people like myself, it's people like Zohran Mamdani, who are the last non-anti-Semitic people out there who are still criticizing Israel, and you're still focusing on people like us. The fuck is wrong with you? You're a fucking idiot. There's like straight up people running around being like the international Jewry is responsible for hypnotizing every single person, and they're hypnotizing people to be woke and gay and consume pornography and love Israel unconditionally, blah, 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 all this shit. And you're over here getting mad at a person who's like, hey, I think we should divest funds from, people doing terrorism. Like people who are trying to sell illegally occupied properties that they stole from Palestinian people. If that's your main gripe, you fucking lost.
And Tucker Carlson when they use the same rhetoric. And what Kevin Roberts did was refuse to come in with that and even make us out to be the bad guys. And on the left, they allowed anti-Semitism to fester until it boiled over. And then all of a sudden...
Oh, it was the left's anti-Semitism that made the right anti-Semitic. Oh. Look, I advocate for the things I advocate for because I'm stubborn and I fucking believe it. And I'll continue trying to the best of my ability, combat anti-Semitism, regardless of whatever the fuck these douchebags say. Okay? But not many people are going to do that. Because people go off of fucking vibes. Okay? And right now, the majority vibes are fucked. That's it.
We have anti-Semites actually in Congress telling us horrible things about Jews. And Jewish organizations just sat there,
Yeah, I know.
or worse, became indoctrinated themselves. Now, on the right, that's not going to be allowed to happen.
Anyway, that's all I got for today. Unfortunately, I couldn't get to the Z-Way video. I will do that tomorrow, hopefully from Los Angeles, California. But I gotta go. I lied. I gotta go. Scammer? Okay, calm down, man. All right. I have some fun plans tonight. I gotta go party. I'm sorry. Peace, everybody. No outro music even.